Hey, SEUSF. I just blanked out. I was supposed to be sending my link out. I was like looking at this thing. Whoops. Good morning, SF, Jacko, Creator Trades, Eric, Mighty One, Ashton Kush. Bro, Ashton Kutcher's in here. He seems to have a very bad attitude, so it must not be the real Ashton. But still, glad to have you, man. Good morning, E. Glad to see you, man. I'm gonna tweet out the stream link. Well, somebody swung puts. Hey, man, don't get butthurt because you swung puts. Get a good attitude. Market is open, everybody. I'm gonna call Devin now so we can both laugh at this guy and talk about stocks. Actually, we're gonna laugh at you. We're gonna laugh with you. What's up, Devin?
Market only goes up.
Bullish data. How you liking it, dog?
Yeah. I gotta let this YouTube.
Gotta mute you because I'm tired of hearing your voice twice.
There's that. Alright, good morning, everybody. Yeah, a little bit of bullish data. See if it's going to hold up, or is it going to come back down to that 430 zone. So far, holding up. Could come down and retest and still be bullish, though. As I'm sure Josh has already went over. So, Sandal, you hitting the Russian coffee this morning? At the Starbucks? The good internet? Pull back on open, see what we get through the first 10 to 30 minutes. Retest of yesterday high wouldn't be surprising. About 430 area. You must have the clear skies then. Your internet's working good today. There you go.
Alright, sorry guys, I was a little quiet because I was typing. There's a lot of shit going on in the chat. But right now we're basically watching, if I take off my... let me put it back on so you guys can see what I did. If you zoom it, so these are all just the levels I posted yesterday. Again, it's just a bunch of... It's the KISS chart, the Keep It Simple Stupid chart. But I added the high of yesterday all the way down to the bigger time frame level. You're only supposed to go down to this candle here, but I just decided to include the bigger time frame level as well. And that gives you an area of previous day high supply. So basically, the fact that we've had bullish data come out, yes, today's data was bullish, we're going to see, do they hold this? We've already seen it in pre-market, but can they do it in the open market now? And if they do, then we're looking good. So not really looking at for them just to hold this area just in general, but also if you go from the fib of that level to the high of the move in pre-market, also kind of looking to see can they hold this 431.20 or the golden pocket area. You can see they made kind of a resistance turn support short term. In the pre-market. So if we can see a hold of that area, we're looking good. But if we end up flushing under the previous day high supply, most likely getting a pullback, and we're going to get back into range. So we'll see if that ends up working out or not. We'll go over to the bigger time frame chart. You guys can see we've actually gapped up to the top of a resistance. So I really wouldn't be surprised if we did get a pullback today, because it looks like as long as we hold this hammer, we should be bullish. So remember that. Mark the low of this hammer. Mark the meat of this move here, highlight it if you want, and that essentially, if we hold, should be bullish short-term, mid-term, as long as that's held. So keep that in mind. But this is a good, I guess, impulse move, I guess is what a lot of people are going to call it. I don't really have names for this kind of shit. I just, in my head, I know how it works. But basically, we have a buyer move. After selling too much, we popped up to resistance, and what this does is creates room for buyers to build stabilization. I always tell people in chat, this is like stabilizing trading. They're just trying to settle. They're settling out. So I think what you're going to get over the next few days is just settling. And then in the midterm, you'll probably get a move to the upside, most likely. But if you don't, at least you know what will invalidate that idea. Again, a break of this hammer. So pretty simple. I try to keep it simple so everybody can remember shit easier. But I also wanted to remind everybody that we did open up right at a pretty big time frame resistance. So if you see just really slowness at open, don't be too worried. It's Friday. They already did a lot of movement this week. A lot of the data is now behind us. So we can focus on just the price action now. Be sure to drop a like on the stream. Be sure to share the stream around. All that good stuff. Love you all. Good morning. Guys, be sure to tell us about what's going on in here. Get a good attitude about being blatantly robbed in this rigged ass market, sure. Why are you swinging on data, bro? Are you stupid? Like, I never get this rude with someone, but like, are you actually like stupid? Because you have to be to swing on a day where the next day has actual crucial market info. PCE is basically the more optimal CPI, which again, you probably don't know the definition of either because you haven't bothered using Google. Again, a thing all of us have access to. We aren't in a third world country, so you have access to the internet. Use it, dog. Like, actually, like, you need to have a good attitude. Yeah, you probably did get fucked today. That's okay, though. Get a good attitude, seriously. And leave the stream if you're going to keep complaining, because I'm done focusing on you. Retest of previous day high area is what I'm looking for. Good job, King Carnage. I can see you're looking at the right area. Good morning, Shane. Good morning, Ace. Good morning, Mel. Good morning, Queen Sylvia. What's up, Sandollar? What's up, Deep? Ready for Cemented today's. Good luck on those plays. More data at 9:45 and 10 a.m. today. Yes, there is still some data coming out today. A lot of the bigger data has already came out, but yes, you do still have some news today. I'll bring it up here in a second. Or I'll just bring it up now. You have Chicago PMI and you have some sentiment news coming out. These are the two main ones that you should be focused on. And then you also have it looks like a Williams text release at the end of the day, or middle of the day, it looks like. China holiday shouldn't affect us. And look at that. Next week we got JOLTS. We got PMI. Non-farm payrolls. Unemployment rate. We got some pretty big news coming out next week. You see that? It's crazy how I'm making myself aware through the resource of the internet. Walked into pre-market at the perfect time. Yep. Good morning, Sand Dollar. Oh, $4 for the cup of coffee. I see you with the Russian cup of coffee, dog. Appreciate you, man.
Got the
Oh, and
vodka coffee.
and he donated for me having to replace my modem yesterday because my modem was fried. Yeah, all my
Is that
hardline connections were all screwed up yesterday.
It's crazy how that happens out of nowhere. I've had that happen a couple times.
You know what's even crazier, and I said this in chat the other day, is I've actually had lightning hit my roof 3 times, 2 times in the same spot. And apparently our ground wire is like really screwed up now. So apparently when that storm hit the other day, I don't even think we got hit by lightning, but I think just the storm happening, it blew it out. So it's all good though. $180 later, we're back online.
Like you're running faster than ever.
No, it's the same internet. A modem is basically just like a splitter, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know what it was either. I honestly did not know what a modem did till the other day. I had this nerd explain a bunch of stuff to me.
In Ohio, the companies that we go with, they update the stuff like every year, it seems like. So you can just like go in and swap it out for like the updated model every year. And they don't charge you nothing. Like modem and your wireless because it's like a combo. All right, almost done with the first 10 minutes here. Nothing too crazy. Like retest. NVIDIA's got a pretty nice indecision candle for a big top weight. Same thing with Apple. Tesla and Amazon are stronger than most.
I saw this post and I shared it in chat, but I'll read it to you guys again. It says, shorts are about to get steamrolled. Inflation data was excellent. Fourth quarter seasonality about to favor the longs and massive upside ahead to end the year, in my opinion. Oil has peaked, as has the US dollar and the 10-year rate. So, will you see a bunch of upside today? You've already seen it. So you'll probably see some good stabilizing over the midterm. You'll probably see some base building, and then we'll possibly see some upside again. As long as we hold the area that we talked about earlier. But today, short-term intraday time frame wise, we are focused on a potential hold or break of the previous day high supply, which is this highlighted blue area. So making it real easy for everybody. If you'd like to add your pre-market high, be my guest. 432.
Cool thing about that area is it's also the midpoint of pre-market high to pre-market low. It's like a quadruple confirmation area.
Ooh, good looks, Florida. I just read what you said, talking about the last PCE range. Good morning, Barrows. How you doing, man? AMD's flushing. My Discord is broken. I think I saw a lot of people complaining about Discord earlier. I think their servers were having issues, so you might just need to close it, reopen it, or maybe just wait. I did see a lot of people, though, having problems with the Carnage, so I just want to let you know you're not crazy. Spot right below Monday's supply zone too, if that hasn't been mentioned yet. Need a break / close above 432.27. Good looks. Tesla 250 fight. It's a big psychological number for Tesla. Great call out by Leland. Moderna popping. EMPH had a serious breakout. Open and now a retest. Good updates, guys. About to go through the market weights in a little bit myself. Just kind of giving SPY a little bit of time to produce some data in front of us. Give us some info. Apparently, the House voted to remove $300 million from the Ukraine funding. I don't know if that's true or not.
Did you see that 60 minutes on the Ukraine funding?
No.
It's pretty bad. We're like paying for like stores for clothes and stuff to stay open, like like PPP loans like we had over here, but yet for Ukraine.
I was just trying to read that surface news. I wasn't I don't want to get into that drama.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, that's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
If true, of course. Not trying to be that guy. I have no clue, Leland. I have no idea how that stuff works. I don't even know if that news is true. But I just thought I'd read it because that was a lot of money. Alright, let's go through some market weights. Alright, so Apple still holding. I think that's the 2-day high supply. We're going to see if they can hold that. They're also kind of battling the previous day high, lower high. And, yeah, but they're holding a very, very good open so far within the first 10-15 minutes. We'll see if that continues. AMD dumped it open. They're still above their previous day close, so we'll see if that continues or if they're going to break under that. Microsoft reversing back up, almost making a new high. They just tapped their pre-market high. We'll see if they continue past that or if they're going to crack down back under 317s. It looks like that's a very crucial level. Nvidia also potentially using a crucial area between 438 439. If they do continue down, I would like to see, do they hold their previous day high or do they crack down under it? So they have a little bit of a gap fill from overnight. They have a little bit of a move down to their previous day close. So if that does happen, they do have good targets in front of them. Amazon also right up against a resistance. Looks like a lot of things are up and right up against the next resistance is kind of the trend for today. But 128.80 to 129.40 looks like you're looking over that. A crackdown under today's open, and it looks like the 128 area could definitely bring some more pullback towards those previous day highs, which, as we all know, since we're starting above them, if we do pull back, those are always going to be the most optimal targets. As Leland said, Tesla battling 250, very big psychological area. Google just kind of in the middle of everything. Meta, good momentum to the upside. Same for Netflix, so that's pretty much all the XLC weights are doing good. Got a couple XLK weights just kind of stabilizing, some of them pulling back, some of them pushing higher. Who's Ukraine? Apple holding previous day high still. Good call out. Me too, bro. He said me too, bro, and I'm from Mexico. Tell Tower to drop another album, bro. It's been... Oh, what are you even talking about? Oh, I see now. I'm over here reading your comments like they're call outs. IW and Flushing, great update.
Q's trying to break their pre-market high, a little better position than the SPY. See if tech can help SPY get it going. Microsoft trying to break its pre-market high. Apple is not doing the same.
A lot of really, really good updates in the post chart channel today. I could not be more proud of you guys. There's at least 11 or 12 different people in here posting charts now. This is crazy. Still getting the pullback. I think a lot of you guys actually posted this. Good job. Very high probability pullback after the higher open, after the data coming out. And we still have more data to come out, so they're definitely going to want to wait towards that.
Yeah, I think Josh can take the fight.
What?
Nick on the trade floor said you should challenge Luck to a fight. I said I think we can take him.
Oh, hell no. That dude can whoop my ass. Have you seen Zuck work out? You see, like with other fighters, that shit actually looks like he cares about it, like he's passionate about fighting. I would not mess with Zuck. He's like 5'2". Height doesn't matter, bro. If you know how to fight, you know how to fight.
I'm eating him.
Now, if someone who's taller than him, who knows how to fight, gets up against him, yes, he is screwed.
Q's breaking out over pre-market high. Nvidia made a new high. Nvidia is such a crazy stock, just having $3 and $4 candles all the time.
Yeah, dude, they are insane. I think bids getting hit here on SPY. They just hit the potential pullback area we talked about. I'll just kind of leave my cursor on it. But it's right there at that. It's not the true pre-market high, guys, but it's like the meat of it that we talked about this morning. Before they had that recent pump and then kind of just chilled before the open. So really looking to see do they hold that or not.
Netflix getting a pop, so comms, Nvidia, tech helping out SPY here. Tesla making a new high with discretionaries. Microsoft's leading Apple. See if Apple can get over pre-market high. Google's the lagger in the comms, so if you're waiting on Google to break out, see if that's going to continue. Meta and Netflix are doing much better. XOM's in the dirt. The banks are in the dirt. Berkshire and JPM are selling pretty hard.
Yeah, your semiconductors are up the most out of all my sectors. I have like all the SPY sectors, and then I put SMH there, and they're up the most.
UNH and J&J are selling off as well, so that's why SPY's not really going anywhere. We got some stuff going up pretty nicely and some stuff going down pretty hard on the top weights.
Remember what we said the other day, guys, about how important healthcare is, even though it's not really looked at a whole lot by a lot of traders, and how useful it is as a tool towards direction on SPY. Being the second largest weight, a lot of people ignore that fact.
So you got pretty much energy, healthcare, and the banks kind of fighting against the market, and you got discretionary comms and tech going with the market. So it's a pretty much pull and pull. So from that situation, we're going to see if we can get a couple finding support and picking it up, or some start rejecting, whatever, vice versa. Because SPY is still in a pretty tight range here between pre-market high and that yesterday high.
Very indecisive candle right here on the 5-minute. We know this because it's a small body and there's long legs on both sides. And that's almost making this candle an inside bar. So if this was to be an inside bar, we'll focus on whatever happens next. But we'll see if this even closes like that. Still has a few more minutes. I just thought I'd bring that up in case it did trade inside of that. Because you had the same thing happen right here. The opening candle dumped. This candle traded inside of it. This candle dumped. So direction is technically to the downside right now. But then we created another indecisive candle. So we produced another IB. They needed to focus on whatever the break of this candle is. If that makes sense. Good updates by Leland in the Reason Over Risk channel. If you guys have the basic membership and up in the Discord. Posted his SPX game plan, really, for both sides of the ball. We never really sit here and talk about just being bullish or just being bearish. We always talk about both sides of the ball because it really is kind of pointless and ignorant to only point out, oh, I'm bullish or oh, I'm bearish. Like, yeah, you sound dumb. So focus on the other side. Even if you're bullish or bearish, that's totally, you can be bullish or bearish. I'm just saying don't be so biased where you just can't see the other side. You're just so tunnel visioned. Don't be tunnel visioned. It's okay to be bullish or bearish. Just make sure you cover the other side so you at least know if it does happen. You're not sitting there like scratching your head wondering, yo, what's going on? Why is this doing this? How is it doing this? So, it's really just to have good awareness. It's good to have conviction, but it's also good to not have tunnel vision. Bid's still getting hit here as a potential IB candle. think I'm going to start adding IWM to this list too, because everybody mentioned it so much. I just need to start mentioning if small caps are up or not. And they're up. A little over 0.5%. Good morning to each and every one of you. Be sure to drop a like on the stream if it helps out. Hey, what's up, OA83? What's up, Blackout Gambler? Always happy to see you in here. Not my favorite price action on SPY. My puts need to print, lol. See, that's someone who's on the other side of the trade with a good attitude. Blackout Gambler not sitting there going, oh my god, this market's screwing me out of every dollar I've ever worked for. you could lose and have a good attitude. That's because he probably didn't expect the world to come to him. So I appreciate that kind of comment. Exactly. Have a plan if you're wrong. It's okay to be wrong. Just have it planned out. Have it mapped out at least. That's what I'm talking about. That's trading. That's not gambling. That's actually trading. Gambling is when you only tunnel vision one side. Gambling is when you only have hopes and dreams. That is not trading. Inside bar done. We'll see if we get a break to the upside or the downside from this latest 5-minute candle. I like that too because it comes right off of a very indecisive candle, which again can sometimes mean a transfer of power. It can sometimes mean, just kidding, we're going to keep falling. So it really does rely on the confirmation afterwards. Got the inside candle, now you're looking for the break of that inside candle.
We got 5 minutes before our first 30-minute candle in the day.
And how's it looking? Pretty boring.
So far, all it's done is we came down and touched the 9 on the 30-minute and popped right back up. So we'll see how it finishes up.
It's a good reactive move towards the 9. Very, very normal. Kind of like a median a lot of the time. A return to the mean.
But the 9 is also in that area of everything else. It's one of those... Today's one of those situations where between 430 and 430, 40, there's 100 different reasons or explanations. You can be like, hey, this is the area to pay attention to, which is cool. It makes it easy. NVIDIA could have a cheeky 10 bar or 10-minute 3-bar play. See if that's going to play out or if it's just going to reject. Qs are still holding up much stronger over pre-market high. What's KISS levels?
Keep it simple, stupid. That's something I've been saying more. I just, like, in my head, that's how it works. Wait, who asked that? Oh, Dan. What's up, Dan? Yes, these are KISS levels. These are not. So if you're wondering why they're not matching up with yours, it's because you probably have the TA routine levels, which yours probably look like this. Which is why a lot of my chat's been talking about, oh, there's this or that. There's a level right above us kind of thing. You like the KISS levels? Yeah. I like it too because it gives me like a better way of just kind of going over the levels in a simple fashion, because I feel like some people get lost in what I'm talking about. So this gives me like a better way of just kind of going over what's good for today, and then I can delete it and then do it again. What's good for today, and then delete it and then do it again. What's good for today? You know, just kind of like a refreshed update. Whereas like when I show these levels off, I feel like it confuses some people because there's just so many levels. But in reality, it's priority. You know, so like if I'm breaking, let's say this is pre-market high. It's all about like priority. So let's say this is pre-market high and it breaks out, or it holds. You know, either way, and it goes back up. What should my logical first target be here? You know, bam, take your trade. All right, well, what's past that? Leave your runners, try to make it here or whatever. So it's all like conditional. You know, there's a path. It's if this then that. It's always something next. So it's very like systematic, if that makes sense. Like actually systematic, not just saying that to sound fancy. But then you do these levels, the KISS levels, keep it simple, stupid, and it I don't know, it just kind of clears things up for some people. So I started posting them more, and I don't mind doing both. I like charting, so I'll be going over them both very heavily.
Got 10 seconds to run to get a candle change across. There we go. Every minute giving us a hammer look, see if we can pop pre-market high with a stop loss at the body of that candle, potentially, as Qs are making a new high. 3 bar on the video could potentially play out, pops 441. Banks slowed down, trying to find some support. Same with healthcare. So if those can start building base and coming up, that'll definitely help SPY, as long as discretionaries and comms continues to the upside. Meta is another one in comms that could have a 3 bar play. So see if Netflix and Google can help Meta play out their 3 bar play. Tesla making a new high, doing a little bit better than Amazon. Apple's breaking out over the pre-market highs. See if that's going to help Microsoft continue to make new highs. Bum, bum, bum. When people type in all caps, they're yelling in your head. There you go, Leland. That's what's up. Yeah, Tesla getting busy. Amazon not so much.
Yeah, Tesla's on fire. Holy shit. Just updating a couple of the post and chat. Oh, that's why SPY slowed down. It's like the same candle as Apple. Oh, I can turn this crap back off. I was like, why am I zooming in so much? You could do your fib here for Microsoft. You could do your fib here for...
NVIDIA can't get it going with the 3-bar. It is failing. JPM trying to make a move lower. Berkby rejecting. Healthcare still trying to build a little bit of a base. Beautiful Tesla.
Yeah, that 129.30s is... That 129.30s is pretty important on healthcare. So I think that's that previous day open.
Apple's slowing down pretty hard over against 173, coming back to pre-market high. This doesn't seem like enough steam to really get SPY popping to the upside yet. We'll see. Qs are still doing a little bit better, but not very, very like fast.
E said he had a pretty good update. Kind of goes into some of what we're talking about. He said XLV helped with that push. Now kind of slowing down. Dollar still pushing a little at a time. Bro, ever since I saw that Gap Fib video, that shit is a game changer. Good to hear, Dondu. It's a pretty powerful technique, I would say. It's so easy too. It's not really that hard to do. And it makes sense. I think that's another thing too, is it's logical. It makes sense. And that's always going to be the best part of trading, is when it's effective, has good reasoning, and it makes sense to you. You know, that's really going to always feel the best. Yeah, they never really came down, but they did hold that. I think that's the 2-day ago supply I have. Like a perfect gap up retest move. But no dip lower yet. And if they ever do dip lower, you know where to look. Meta potential, not a 3-bar play, but an inside bar to a potential break of that bar to the downside under a good level too. So under 309, this could be a good pullback down to today's open area for Meta.
Q's losing their steam now, coming back to pre-market high in the 9 EMA on the 10-minute. Q's start coming down. So I will probably come retest that yesterday high. If we crack through that, we could get some momentum going.
A lot of your heavier sectors are still holding up higher. You still have healthcare holding support. Even if you have some short-term weakness ahead, real quick, you guys got to remember we have a little bit of room underneath, so some time could just be wasted today. Good movement today, though, by a lot of these bigger weights. See if they continue on, see if they want to rest for a little bit first. Meta under 308.90s. That's a really good breakdown towards today's open if held. If they pop back over 309s, I would invalidate that breakdown. Netflix also breaking down, but they're going towards previous day highs. Here's the 15-minute chart.
NVIDIA popping off the 9 pretty well, coming back up to the previous high. See if that's going to get going. Big rejection on the video at the retest of that previous high. As SPY is coming back down to retest its previous intraday low right above that pre-market high, or not pre-market high, yesterday high. Midpoint, all that. Be coming down to test its low. Its JP was making a new low. XOM still selling. Apple slowed down, coming back to the 9. Amazon doing much worse than Tesla. Tesla still trying to fight, come back up. Meta still drifting down. Google holding up a little bit better. Yeah, details, there's no follow through on either side. For me, it's pretty much between 430 and 432 is kind of just like a no trade range. And if you did take any trades, you just have to take them from, the bottom side or the top side to that target real quick, just for a small scalp. But to me, it's not even really worth trying to bang your head against the wall and do that. Just wait for it to break outside this range. It doesn't say it has to do it today. We could chop around pretty much all in this area for all day, build up some steam for next week. Did have quite a bit of price action this week. Yesterday was a pretty big day overall. You had from 425 all the way up to 430, $5.50. So, right, yeah, get everyone excited for the contracts to burn. Testing the previous intraday low here. Got about 2 minutes on this 10-minute candle. We could get increase in seller volume. We'll see how it finishes up. It, it's really hard to go short, Leland, until we can break under the pretty much that blue zone, the 430. Like I said, 430. We could catch support anywhere in between 430 and where we're at now, just because there's, like we have yesterday high, we have a midpoint, we have a fib retracement, we have this, there's a million different ways people are getting to that same area. So yeah, we could step in at any time. Until we get a good confirmation order 430, it's hard to be short. And that's okay. Knowing that is one of those things that just helps you sit on your hands, knowing like, all right, we just got to wait until we can clear this zone. If you're somehow, prepared enough to grab something off, the top of the range at 432 rejection and you're working a position down to here, you're looking good. But to start a position right here is very, very hard. Very, very stressful. So, no need. Healthcare is still trying to fight up and find some days. Banks aren't so much. Netflix coming down quite a bit. Bringing down Google and Meta with it. Tech slowing down a little bit more. Tesla slowing down, but still holding up a very good level. We'll see if it's just going to hold sideways for a good while and get another pop. There's a lot of fibs you can draw and mess around on that one. Everything's just not really moving in sync. Makes it hard to want to take trades anywhere. We got about 8 minutes to our next 30-minute candle. So far, we came right back to the 9, put in a lower high on this candle. So we're going to see if this 30-minute candle stays inside the previous one. But we are testing the low right about now, so we could get a new low. We'll see. Volume's not there yet. We are decreasing volume into this area so far. Definitely want to see it pick up for confirmation. Qs are retesting their pre-market high. See if they're going to break back under that. An opening price for the first time today. Their yesterday high is pretty close at 360.17. So that's going to be the area Qs need to clear to get going to the downside. SPY is coming to the area of a bunch of things it needs to blast through. So let's see it. Like to see some increase in volume through 430. Nvidia coming down towards their opening price. Apple as well. Microsoft. Most of tech's pulling back. Healthcare still trying to hold up a little bit. Netflix making a new low. Banks not doing too hot. if Tesla can start getting some of it back as well. Then we should be able to clear this 430 area. This 5-minute candle might take out the 430. The next 5-minute candle opens lower. That'll be looking really good. Qs are right above their yesterday high. We got 5 minutes on the next 30-minute candle. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, this 30-minute candle can finish up now. Not much time on it, less than 4 minutes. Right at that 430 level that we need to break to continue lower. 10-minute could get increasing volume. There's enough time left. It's right there. So see if we can get a good volume pickup. If we don't get increase in volume, then we can't be surprised if we find, a quick support grab anytime moving forward. Yeah, it's sitting at 1,000 different things. Well, like I kind of mentioned before, there's a 20, 30 different reasons why people are looking at this area and they could pick up support, or people are looking to see what it does here. So we just be patient. It hasn't broke 430 yet. We still gotta wait for this 30-minute candle. If you took a trade from somewhere towards the top at 432 and shorted at the top and you sold it into that momentum right there, that would have been an excellent trade. That would have been textbook. And if you haven't sold into momentum, you'd want to keep that stop loss very tight, as we're starting to find a little bit of buyers coming off 430, because this is that area that could find quick support. And like Leland just said, yeah, big bulls are trying to step up real quick. We still got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds on this 30-minute candle. So I just really want to see how this 30-minute candle finishes up. Do they pick it back above the 9? Do they come down and make it a full bear candle? You know what I'm saying? What are we going to get on this next 30-minute candle? There you go. Yeah, see, there's Florida, just a nice little quick scalp right there. That's yeah, from the top to the bottom. That's boom, boom. That's all you needed. There's just not the huge confidence yet until we confirm under 430 with some volume that we're moving lower. We are getting some slightly increasing volume on the 10-minute with 2 minutes left. So we'll see what we can do. Is the bull's going to step in, or the bear's going to finally push it down and get us some volume coming in, go straight to 429 and 428.30 pre-market low. Those are the downside targets for me, right underneath. Q's coming down towards that yesterday high. They can crack that. That'll definitely help SPY, because that is, big tech and healthcare. Apple is slowing down right at its opening price. Same with Microsoft. Amazon as well, kind of catching at opening price. So we just need steam from all these things on the downside to break us down through 430. Good stuff, Sam Dollar. Can't be mad at that. Got about 30 seconds on this candle. We're gonna get some new candles. All right, some new candles. Opening up right at that yesterday high area on SPY, right above on the Qs. So we still haven't confirmed under that 430. We could very easily just drift right back up to range from here now as this candle's opening up green. See how we react up towards 431. That's going to be about the lead test of that previous last 3 10-minute candle sell off. And it's also where the 9 EMA is. So see if it pops up, gets a test there. That's also the opening price. So in short-term price action, it's just another one of those scenarios where you have 5 reasons point to the same area to look at price action for a quick little retest / entry maybe and coming down, or if it just straight breaks through 430, that's more of a 40% entry setup. But we could get a quick little retest for short-term price action here. And if it pops up through there, obviously you're looking at the upside of 432. Um, so energy's still getting beat up. XOMs broke 117. XOM likes to move in dollars, so since we have cracked 117, see if it's going to keep drifting down to 116. Qs are trying to hold opening price coming back up to pre-market high. The SPY is holding the area of interest as well. Apple trying to come back up with Microsoft. Amazon finding some life at opening price. A lot of things kind of caught at opening price. Tesla caught at the 9. See what happens. Most likely stay in this range between 430 and 432, even if we do come up and touch this upside, unless some of these things can start joining up and some of them start taking the lead. I don't really see much of a breakout. If it is a breakout, it might be short-lived, super quick. So, you got to take those quick profits if they do present themselves to you, because there's just not much unison in the market right now. Does that make sense to everybody? I don't want, like when I'm saying, the feel of the market, like, how you can come to a conclusion. It's just not random nonsense, that you can kind of form that conclusion of, all right, this is doing this is doing that. So, this is kind of the vibe. And the better you get at that, the more, it kind of saves yourself some headache, because the sooner you can establish that, like, hey, this isn't really like the vibe for trading today, and the more you save yourself money. Yeah, and it's when the market's moving slower, it takes a lot longer to play out. Then, it stayed at working against me because, I didn't get the right contract, this, that, and the other. So all those variables when the market's just not primed, and when you first learn to trade, you always hear more experienced traders tell you like, "Oh, you'll learn, that just more passive, and the trades become easy because they do. When everything's working in unison and everything's working like it should, the trades do feel easier. And we all have days that you just feel like you show up and it was just so easy, and then you have the next day where it's just like, oh, it's so hard. Well, why is it hard? Is it a day that you should even be trying to put it back out there? Yeah, Microsoft and Apple are pretty much at the same spot for me. They're both right on the 9 on the 10 minute chart. So we'll see if they can hold the 9, or they're going to break down below and start a little downtrend and break those, opening prices. I mean, Blackout. I mean, by your name, it sounds like you like to gamble, anyways. So if you're putting yourself in your position where you can lose a 30-year account in one trade, that's pretty hard. And I'm like, obviously, I don't know your account size, so if it's a smaller account, it's easier to be at a third of account position size loss. But typically, you don't want to put yourself in a position that you feel like you're taking that big of a hit. If you could, let's say if you have a $10,000 account and you feel like you're taking a risky put swing, like last night, for example, if I was to take a risky put swing for last night, I would, and I had a $10,000 account, I would look to deploy less than $500 because that's going to put me risking less than 5% of my capital. Then I'd look for a contract where I could get, one or two that's a gamble, because it's a gamble with data. Even if the technicals are there, it's a gamble with the data, because even if the data goes your way, 9 times out of 10, it's a Bowen effect and the market goes the other way. So, yeah, you don't want to, yeah. So, you just kind of got to put yourself in a position that if you do take that hit and it's a gamble, it's kind of like, oh, whatever. And if it does work out in your favor, hopefully it makes enough to make up for those other gambles. Yeah, the Boeing effect. That's I call that the Boeing effect, because when Boeing crashes a plane, the stock goes up. I've seen it happen too many times in my life. The Boeing effect. I think something would be pretty bad for the company. Would make it go down, but it doesn't. But you see that all the time in news. You know what I'm saying? You see, yeah, you can call it whatever you want, but you see it all the time in headline news. And it doesn't even have to last a whole long time. Sometimes on the opening news, they push it one way, $2 or $3 real quick, then it comes all the way back. I know, I trade 8:30 numbers all the time, and I don't trade it off what the information is coming from, the data. I trade it off pure what's on the screen. I just know at that time there's data that I need to be paying attention to the screen. Then you play the candlesticks on the short-term time frames. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got to call it something. I don't know what people call it, so I just call it the billion effect for sure. Josh refers, yeah, Josh has said it many a times too. But so far, we have held 430 almost to this whole 10-minute candle, coming up almost to that perfect retest spot up there at the 9 in the golden pocket of those candles. So we're going to see what we're going to happen up here. Going to see if the next 10-minute candle tries to come down. If I go to my 15-minute chart, I bet you this almost looks like a 3-bar play to the downside, and absolutely it does. So anytime you see, like, a couple candles going in the same direction, and then you're getting a candle of a retest, a lot of times you can go up 1 or 2 time frames and there's a 3-bar play playing out on another time frame. So if you can be able to recognize that, it helps out. If you're on your 10 or 15 minute and you're looking, we got a couple candles and you got a retest candle, like, hey, is that a 3-bar play on the 1 hour? Oh, shoot, it is. Then that gives you reason to be more passive and wait for that 3-bar play on the hour to play out, instead of, looking for the short term time frame or whatever. Tesla keeps holding the 9 there. Needs to go pop 254, then 255. Amazon about the same spot, right on the 9, the opening price. Apple doing a little bit better than Microsoft. Com's getting weak. Netflix, Meta back down to opening prices. Google holding up a little bit better. All right, next 10-minute candles opening up right above the bigger time frame level here. All those other areas of interest. Needs to fight up over opening price in the 9. Really just sitting here waiting. Yeah, got some paint drying, Mel. Good old paint drying session. Ain't nothing too exciting. I feel like any more 2-3 days of the week, the morning sessions just kind of like this, where you can maybe get a short little one, short little single, nothing too crazy. Then it's just kind of choppy up until decides to make a move or it doesn't. So far on the 30-minute candle, the 9 EMA trick for a no trade day has worked. All 3 candles have printed on top of the 9 EMA on the 30-minute. And on the 10-minute, our first 4 candles printed on top of the 9 before giving us the little short breakdown towards the yesterday high. I'm going to be doing a video on that sooner or later. I keep telling myself I'm going to do it, but I'm going to get that done this weekend for you guys. Just, breaking down the 9 and 30-minute that and showing some examples and stuff, because it's just another reason to sit on your hands, have a reason not to trade, be comfortable sitting here being bored. Yeah, you made the mistake of breaking a rule, and next week's an opportunity to really kind of hone in on that rule and make sure you don't break that rule next week. You know. Yeah, I think all the news is pretty much out for the day. $10. If we traded within this range for the rest of the day, it would not surprise me at all. Or just short pokes outside the range real quick and right back into. Or if we drifted all the way back down into the yesterday range, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Just a little short drift down into yesterday range. Finish above 429, around 420, yeah, between 428.30 and 430. And it could hold up all day than the last, 30 minutes of the day. Josh had to step away for a minute. I'm Devin. I'm also around pretty often, also referred to the nerdy bicep. And how can you get in the Discord? There's a link into underneath in the bio of the YouTube. Or if you ask somebody nicely, I'm sure they'll drop a link in the YouTube chat. Leland or Mel or somebody's pretty quick about that. Yeah, and sometimes when premiums are jacked up, it's you might want to ask yourself, why are premiums jacked up? Well, this morning it was because everyone was excited because the data, right? Everyone thought we were going to have this huge move. And more times than not, not always, because nothing in the stock market's definite, but more times than not, when you have, that nice move and it gets above that yesterday high, a lot of times you're going to have that retest or the drift down before moving higher, or you get an aggressive, quick pop to the upside, then it does that. So there's nothing surprising about, today's price action because, we've seen this so many times before. Thanks, Leland. So far we're holding 430. So now we're looking to hold this area, tight stop loss at 430 to pop up to potentially at the previous high towards 432. Never seen that pop up before. TOS just told me they have a live question and answer at 11. That's weird. Q's coming back up to their pre-market high. Nothing's really standing out on individual tickers. Healthcare is just still kind of coming up off the base that they have built, but nothing really too exciting until they can get up over their opening prices. Banks are starting to form a base. JPM's doing much better than Berg B. Nvidia's coming back up. Still needs to get over previous high though. I should ask them why they deleted all our indicators. Freaking idiots. You guys can transfer everything else over except all that good stuff. But no, you just had to copy and paste. There's a loophole around it. But there's still one indicator that I copy and pasted that had like something on it before that didn't have it before, and I can't figure out how to make it go away. But it's all right. Yeah, man, Florida, that's a great day, dude. $430, man. Like some people don't make that in a week after taxes in some states, man, because if you're making $15 an hour in some of these states with taxes, bro, that's about what you're netting after taxes. So yeah, man, that's a great day, dude. Bring that into next week and keep it moving. If you can do that, average that for the month, I think that's like a 12 or 15K a month. So dude, taxes are so bad, Ace, and I don't even want to go on a rant right now, but did they just raise the property taxes in our area? And the average was like 40% across the board, but some of these houses that, haven't had their houses reevaluated in as long or whatever, like they went over double on their property taxes value. Like they said, oh yeah, by the way, your taxes are doubling. Like your house increases over 100 and something percent. Insane. The first house I bought in my hometown, I paid $39,000 for it, right? And it was a nice one bedroom, livable. It didn't need updated. Like it was just like 600, 800 square feet small house. Had like a kitchen, bathroom, dining room, and a bedroom. That's pretty much it. Paid like $39,000. That same house and the same houses on that road, which are all the same, are now going for 140. And like it's been, about, probably like a little over 10 years now. So like if I'd have held on to that house for a little over 10 years, you're telling me I would have four-time my investment on that property? That's insane. It's so funny about that. Yeah. Yeah, in some states it's even worse than that. You're spending close to that for the same, the same thing. I definitely realize Ohio is definitely not the most expensive state, but like, dude, the jobs like they just don't pay here, man, to be able to afford stuff like that. Actually, one of the biggest factories that are left in our area just announced that they're moving the plant to Mexico. So one of the last, like the third biggest employer in the area is just moving out. So it's kind of crazy. Market still hasn't done much except came down to test 430, coming back up towards 432 like we talked about. Apple looking a little bit better than Microsoft. No individual tickers kind of doing anything too crazy yet. So to see a breakout either way, I'd like to see a couple tickers break out of range and pick up some speed. Did you see Leland on that one chart where they appraised his 20-acre property for like $18 million, and there was like a half-acre property next to it that they appraised for $40 million or something like that? Well, it's wild. Some of the things that you see. Oh yeah, I think it already went into effect, Steph. I think that went into effect at like the some point of this year, or it's about to go into effect at the very start of this next year. But yeah, basically that's LA's take a huge hit because of how much taxes you're gonna have to pay on a house. People have been trying to dump all kinds of property there. I think it's like 20 or 30% too. It's not something small that they're making you pay when you purchase or sell a property. Oh, is it 5%? I thought it was way higher than that for some reason. When you think about it, on top of that 5%, then you have, the realtor fees. Maybe the total number that you end up losing if you sell a house to a realtor was the 20 to 30% or something. Because I read a couple different articles on it, and they were saying some like higher numbers. Because by the time you pay your realtor, pay the tax man, pay everything else, sheesh. I feel like the next generation, the kids that are growing up, it's just going to be so unaffordable for them to buy property. All right. Most everything's still in range. Still some rockets to the market. Yes, AI, AI. So Microsoft, Apple, some things that we're picking up are now getting some red candles, and we're seeing that reflected on SPY, slowing back down, coming back down towards that area of interest, projecting pretty much the opening price in the 9 right now, and yeah, golden pocket of that move down. So pretty much that area we need to get above to get to 432. There's Josh, said he'll be back in 30 minutes. Q's back at pre-market high, trying to hold. Need to pop over that previous high to get going. Got about 6 minutes to our next 30-minute candle. So far, it's coming back up above the 9. Yeah, it's a bad area for a starter position, man. Like if you didn't at this point, so the only thing we could have did in recent time is, if we would have bought a dip off of, 430 area, 430.25, and and anticipated going and testing the upside of this range. But until we can break this previous high over 432, we can't get confident on the upside move because we could reject anywhere between here and the previous high and just come right back down and stay in range. So if we get up close to that 432 and you get, some rejection candles that make sense for you, you could take a short position up there and, retarget to the bottom of the range. If we, get a 40% entry over 432, we could look at the 40% entry over 432 of volume. But at that same time, if we get a 40% entry over 432 and all our sectors and all our tickers aren't moving in sync and, and the stuff's not really looking like it wants to move, that doesn't give us the most confidence, especially going into the lunch hour. So really, yeah, it's just kind of late in the day. Short answer, I guess. Not that there might not be trades possible. It's just not the super high probability that we look for. Hope that makes sense. I feel like I look at so many things and my head just starts going in different directions. It's just like, oh, there's this, and well, there's this, and there's this, and there's that. But it all just, formulates a. Yeah, Chuck. So on the even on the 5 or 10 minute, if you take from the the where we rejected on that double top down to the 430 and draw that fib, we are correct right about that golden pocket for that small short term move. You could do that on the 5 minute, on the 10 minute. Well, especially in this scenario, the pre-market low is not, or these levels aren't just one thing. There's multiple things at those areas. You know what I mean? And in this instance, the pre-market low is kind of way below, and we have all this area of interest that we could break before we get to the pre-market low. So really, we're taking pretty much, the midpoint, yesterday high, the all those reasons that we got that area down to the pre-market low. So that's an in the range scalp still from pre-market high to pre-market low. But there's enough room between 430 and 428 that there's enough meat on that to catch that move. Sometimes there's not going to be enough meat on that to catch the move, and you have to recognize like, hey, there's only 40 cents there. Maybe I'll pass on that move because yeah, I could get that 40 cents, but how hard is it going to be to snipe that entry, snipe that exit, and get those 40 cents? Um, so we got about a little over 2 minutes on our next 30-minute candle. If this 30-minute candle continues to do what it does, it rejects the 9, and our next 30-minute candle opens up under 430 and starts moving lower, that would be a really nice setup. If the next candle on the 30-minute opens up and comes back on top of the 9, that's just going to validate us for the next 30 minutes going into lunch hour. And really, on a Friday, it's probably a good time to not really look for too many trades. And if you do trade, very, very lightly. But we'll see how this 30-minute candle finishes up. Could set us up for a nice downside move. Got about a minute 30 left on this 30-minute candle to finish up to see what the next one's going to open up and do. Tesla coming back to the 9, see if it's going to get another reaction off there. Tesla breaks down under the 9. That won't be too hot because it's still one of the ones that's holding up the most for the upside action. Healthcare is now came up to its opening price. See if it can overtake it with UNH and J&J. Those are your big two on SPY. Microsoft is under the 9. Apple is retesting the 9. See if it's going to break under. If those two start coming down under their opening price, that could be what we need for SPY to take out this area. Get the next 30-minute candle. And we are testing on top of the 9. So that means for the next 30 minutes, we can look for pretty much no trade. We can outline one or two trades in this scenario, and those are 40% entries. So the only two trades we have from this 30-minute candle coming down to any of my shorter time frames would be a 40% entry under 430 or a 40% entry over 432 because of where my 30-minute candle is opened up right on the 9. So just chilling out for the next 30 minutes or so, waiting on Josh to come back. You guys have any questions for me? Anything you want me to go over? Anything you want to talk about that's stock related, not stock related? Because we have a chance for a 40% entry on the down or upside, but other than that, we're just kind of sitting and waiting. Does that make sense? What's my favorite workout? Man, I don't know. I used to really like bench press, and it's all right. But the older I get, I just like moving, man, feeling good. Yeah, a jump rope might be it, actually. I do like to jump rope a lot. But I don't even really consider that a workout. That's just like cardio. It's not really a workout. I mean, I guess you could call it a workout, but that's just like I don't. I sit at a desk for most part of my day. I live at home. I don't really go many places, so like I don't get my steps in like I should. So you got to make that up, and then that's just like you just got to do that. Maps probably pink lemonade. It's like a super sativa. I like those. Make me feel like I'm gonna have an anxiety attack. I just do mostly the mentorship stuff. Then like it's the time of year in Ohio where there's like, fall cleanup. So the leaves are starting to fall. So I'll run some ads for like some fall cleanup because I can do those the second half of the day. It doesn't take too long. Then in the spring, I'll do like some landscaping mulch jobs and stuff just so I'm not sitting around the house so much because I enjoy doing it. I like doing it outside. I can pick my customers, pick the old lady and do it for super cheap or whatever. And other than that, yeah, pretty much just do the trading and the occasional stock or yeah, the little landscaping stuff. Because if you trade full time, you will eventually be bored out of your mind. Donda, you're funny. Nah, so my trading time is so I trade futures mostly, so I usually start my day. If I wake up at 4 a.m., cool, but usually I'm up by 6 a.m. no matter what. But so the 4 a.m. open sometimes can be all right, but usually at 6 a.m. I check the stock market, see if there's a potential for a setup because we've already had a couple hours of action from the 4 a.m. open, and then I usually wait and depending on the day, you have an 8:30 number or whatever. You got to be aware of that, so you can be at your desk for the 8:30 number. But usually in the morning when you wake up and check the computer, you can kind of tell if the setup's there or not. Kind of like I do during the day. You look at the time frame, like, oh yeah, on this time frame, this is setting up, so I could potentially have this. Or you might like, oh, I gotta wait 30, 40 minutes before some setups. So that gives you time to go, work out, do some dishes, do whatever. I don't really micromanage it that early in the morning. Then I trade to about 11. Then if I haven't got a trade for the day by 11, I will come back during power hour and see if there's a setup, but it's another same situation. It's kind of like opportunity analysis. I'll come back and check it at power hour, see where the stock market's at. If there looks like something that could set up, awesome. If it doesn't look like anything setting up, I'm not going to force it. But most of the time, yeah, just at like six to about 11. So right about now. So once Josh comes back, I'll probably bounce out for the day, but I'm not in a rush, so I'm just going to hang out till he gets back. Market's not doing too much. We're testing that 430, see if we can get an increasing break underneath. This could be that potential 40% breakout we were looking for. One thing I do want to note, we do not have great volume yet. So if it does fake out here and wick back up, the reason for that being is we do not have great volume. All right, testing under there. Can we get the break? We got about a little over 3 minutes on this 10-minute candle. Apple and Microsoft still haven't broke opening price. Neither is Amazon. Q's still above yesterday high. Still no confirmation under 430. Bulls are stepping back in, trying to push it back up. Got about 3 minutes on this 10-minute candle. We'll see how it finishes up. Can they get it under here? Or are they going to push it back up? Good stuff. Selling the momentum sand dollar. Yeah, they're trying to hold that again, Leland. It never got very good volume. We're coming into a minute 30 left of this 10-minute candle. It's not giving us huge confidence for the breakdown. Amazon tried to find some buyers with Microsoft, Meta, a couple things, just finding some random green candles as we're coming off 430. Trying to get back above the 9, so we'll see. And it doesn't mean it's going to go pop the upside either. I think it's just going to be a pretty paint dry price action for the most part of the day. Go back up towards 431, push back down. Right. They all got to up. Send in the rips. Google's at its opening price. Same with Meta. Netflix is leading the way down. Com's coming down. Apple coming under the 9. Microsoft rejecting the 9. Healthcare at opening price, still with unit H. Nvidia just trying to flirt with the 9 all day. All right, we got a new 10-minute candle coming in. Open right at that yesterday high, right at the midpoint, right in the middle of the area of interest. Yeah, I'm starting to push up off that area with this 10-minute candle. Like we mentioned many a times already today, until we get a nice confirmation under 430 for the breakout to the downside, could keep bouncing off this area and finding support. XOM's finally finding some buyers and went down and touched 117. It's so fun. You remember when, I don't know, an hour ago or so, or whenever it was, when I was like, yo, XOM's cracking 118. It usually moves $1, so we'll see what it does. It went and touched 117, found support, and now it's pushing off 117. So now XOM went from 120 down to 117. So now you're looking for it to go up and retest, between 118 and 118.50 before it can move lower. And 118 is a nice level because it likes to move dollars. So we'll look for the retest of 118 on XOM and see what it does. But XOM finally coming off the. Oh man, I lose trades all the time. OA. It's just the way futures in the system works is my stop loss is very, very tight. So, I'm comfortable with losing trades all the time. I take setups sometimes that, if your stop loss is only 2 or 3 points away and the setup makes sense, cool. I'm comfortable with losing $100 2 or 3 times before I make, $1,500. So it's just you have to be comfortable with losing trades as a trader. You're gonna lose tons of trades. And being wrong on a trade, it's not. So the biggest example is like being wrong on a trade doesn't mean you're wrong on the day, right? You could have 2 to 3 trades that that didn't work out your way, but if you manage correctly, then the fourth trade works out or whatever. It's fine. Like there's people that they've run over like 250 trading days green, which is over a year's time in the market green. And there's days that I personally know this person that he started the day down negative $500,000, but traded back to the day for green. So you're gonna have red trades no matter what. It's just, can you stabilize? Can you come back? Can you battle back green? There's different levels to the market, and there's different levels to what people think each other can achieve. So you can be very consistent in the market and be greened majority of days. That doesn't mean you're not going to take red trades. That just means that you can manage your trades, you can flip bias, you don't have to stay on the wrong side of the market, and you can bounce back. You should have a basket of stocks. If you focus on one stock, it's too narrow, right? But you have to have a basket of stocks that you're very comfortable with. And the way you should like to do that is, let's say if you pay attention to SPY, or you pay attention to Qs, or whatever you pay attention to, you should have an overall sector that you can correlate to the stocks that you're trading. If you're trading individual stocks that, or quote unquote meme stocks that don't really follow a sector, it's going to be a lot harder to conform to a consistent bias because those react on a lot more news. So once you find, some stocks that consistently work for you, you pick you a couple tech stocks, a couple, chip stocks, discretionary, something that's inspire the cues that have good premium. Pick one or two, three things per sector. So, when we say, hey, comms are doing really well, you have, oh, hey, what are my comp tickers? I like, Meta and this, that, and the other, because those are the ones that I can afford. And then, have your game plan and levels on those charts every day. And for the most part, when you do your bigger TA routine, you're only going to have to do that one or two times once you're comfortable with it, and you're not going to have to go back every day and redo your meta chart, this, that, and the other. You're just going to have your pre-market levels, and there's things that you can put into your system that automatically puts those on there for you. But yeah, you should be very familiar with a couple stocks in each sector, and give you a basket of good stocks to work with. And that'll also help you find, quote unquote, the hottest mover every day, because most of the time when there's a hottest mover, it's a sector. It's not an individual stock. It's a group of stocks that that did well in the day, that people were paying attention to, and the sector rotated in. Does that make sense, Nam? You got any questions on that? I want to cover it's a lot you can cover on that. As far as the grass is always greener on the other side, man, you just got to be very comfortable that if you made whatever you were going to make on the day, that's it. There's always going to be somebody that made more than you, did better than you, says they did better than you. But if you're living your best life, paying your bills, making money, and learning, it don't matter, man.
What's up, Dev? How you doing, Dev?
Pretty good, man. How do you decide on position sizing? So that's all. So for my futures account, I have like a set limit on contracts that I'm allowed to trade. Then on a personal account, you just kind of do 10% of whatever your account size is. So for easy math, if you got a $10,000 account, you should never expose more than expose more than $1,000 on your comfortable. And then a step more than that, you should kind of gauge on the day. Is everything kind of working in synchrony, everything confident, or is it a day where you're like, yeah, you know what, I'm not too sure, I actually want to cut my normal position size in half, so now that if I do take an L on a sketchy day, or it's not too confident, it's not going to hurt me too bad. So yeah, there's set limits on that for sure.
Boulder is back.
You didn't miss anything.
Yeah, I could see that. We just held support the whole time. Damn. So, like, pretty much what we talked about.
Yep.
It's almost like I know what I'm talking about.
Yep. We walked through it. We walked through the low volume coming into the support, how it could bounce off. Da 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 da. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bueller knew it wasn't going to do anything. He just wanted to go eat sandwiches.
Is that what you told them? I went to eat sandwiches.
No, I didn't even tell him. I just told him.
Yo, there is something notable that happened while I was gone. Healthcare. They made a higher low.
Bounced. Yeah.
That is a notable. I know it's not even the biggest move, but still, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we talked about them. UNH needs to get over opening price with J&J to continue that.
Okay, nice. You're all over it.
Yeah.
He has a screen that has like every sector with every sector's weights in front of him too, so he can literally see like he could probably envision what SPY's doing without actually seeing SPY, just by seeing that screen.
We can We talked about that, how you can use, sectors, pulling,
Oh,
whatever
I'll just shut
else it
up. You
was.
guys already covered
Uh,
everything.
well, I mean, there's just nothing else to talk about, so I was just kind of getting them to ask
No,
questions
no,
and
that's
rambling and
funny.
shit.
That's good, man.
Yeah, wait for paint to dry, pretty much.
I just come back in here and I'm repeating everything you already talked about. That's funny. See, Devin's giving y'all some good sauce today, then. Devin must have made a bag today.
I ain't even took a trade today, to be
Oh,
honest with
okay.
you. It's just one of those days where I'm
That's
not.
true strength, honestly. That's true trader strength. The fact that you're like sitting here and able to like watch all this, talk about it,
Oh
answer
well,
people, and like and didn't sit here and take a trade. That's true strength.
well, because the 30-minute chart rule, man. If I look at my 30-minute chart, the only potential trade we just had presented itself just now, and really then I didn't like it because of the market. So, if you look at our first 30-minute candles print right on top of the nine, it makes it easy to be like, yep, I ain't doing nothing. It's really so strong for like opening price breakouts. Is like that 9 EMA. If there's not a clear direction, it's just so much easier to sit on your hands. No matter what other reasoning behind it is, like everybody's different. But yeah, just the nine on top of the candlesticks.
I always like your 10-minute rule too.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. The 10-minute rule works really well, but then I just kind of zoomed out to the bigger time frame, and it works even better on the 30-minute because you get the bigger moves. But yeah, even if we apply the 9-minute rule on the 10-minute chart today, there's only a couple slight breakouts to the downside. And you're back to no trade zone. Like right now, coming right back above the 9. Same thing on the 30-minute. But Microsoft and Apple are picking up a little bit. Let's see, NVIDIA's still trying to print on top of the 9. See, like NVIDIA, the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles on the 10-minute are right on top of the 9. Nobody's in control.
The color changing. Damn, Amazon's just up against that 130 resistance still. Chilling. Tesla's still holding the 251 down. 1030 and that thing's still holding. Same for Meta. Honestly, I'd be more bullish than bearish right now just because we've filled a lot of these gaps and there's a lot of basing, a lot of time's gone by. But I don't know if you're going to get follow through. That's what I think a lot of people are going to be pissed about today. There's not going to be a lot of follow through. But still have the chance to the gap fill. You're very close to that breakdown. But then again, you're very close to your upside breakout as well. So you could really argue the exact same argument on both sides of the ball right now. Even with the good data, the higher open.
No trade zone between 430 and 432. You got 40% breakouts on either side.
Yeah, I like that. That's a clean plan. Easy to remember. Damn, nice move here on, it's probably your biggest green candle so far.
Yeah. Microsoft and Apple picking it up. XOM coming off the low finally. Q's got a nice buy reaction back at the pre-market high. Market was waiting on you to come back.
I guess so.
Banks coming off their lows after building some base.
Dude, what is going on with this chart? I'm just trying to move this up. Sorry guys, my chart's going crazy right now. Trying to move SMH. Where did it go? There it is. I want to move to here. Energy's picking up too.
Oh yeah, it was pretty cool. XOM was breaking like 118. I was like, oh yeah, XOM likes to move a dollar, so let's see if it goes to 117. Goes straight to 117. Find support now. It's coming up. It was textbook.
A massive move there on SPY.
Netflix coming off its low. See if that's going to help Meta and Google. Tesla trying to come back up and retake the 9. Yeah, Leland did say everyone's going to get bored and we're going to blast. Send the rocket ships. Got the textbook by the dip, Leland. There you go. Some of these other tickers need to start picking it up if there's going to be much follow through on this.
Damn, that 30-minute looks crazy. I know you mentioned it, but that was my first time looking at it.
Yeah, from here on the 30-minute, the next 30-minute candle, 4 minutes could be a confirmation for a trade. So that would get you an earlier entry than the 40% breakout than 432. If the next 30-minute candle opens up and you take it at the, the high of the candle, put your stop loss at the body. If that's how it's going to play out, we don't know for sure that's how it's going to play out. We're just laying out the scenario. And then, if you miss that, the more, other entries, the 40% entry of the break of 432. But we also don't have to break over 432 because a lot of these other weights and tickers aren't really giving us the vibe that they're trying to go with. Amazon's coming down still, Apple's rejecting, Nvidia's rejecting, and UNH is already slowing down, same with the banks. So let's see what happens. Could just be a short-lived pop here, like Josh said earlier. People are going to get mad today when there's not much follow-through.
Trust me, that hurts to say that.
And think about it from a market maker's perspective of like what just happened. If you're a market maker and you want to get a bunch of people excited and take a new position, what do? Get a nice engulfing candle inside the range. And then you wick it straight down so it stops a lot of people out, and then the market maker just made a nice little penny. So being patient, waiting for the more confident play definitely helps. Yep, like Leland just said, rejection at today's open. So if you didn't take profits, now you're like, oh man, what's going to happen? Now you're stressed out. Leland, how does it feel to sell the top? Perfect. When you don't realize it at the time, but you sold the tops to the T.
I'm gonna rechart Apple's bigger time frame. I'm bored.
Pretty nasty candle in the video. Jeez.
There's Thanos. There's that tank of an animal.
Amazon, Microsoft, Apple picking up on their sell-off. Same with comms. Tesla coming down towards the opening price. Can we take out 430 now? Banks rejecting as well. Testing previous intraday low. New 10-minute candle, new 30-minute candle.
What was I doing? Charting Apple.
Can't break under 430. Spot won't do it. Well, starting to crack under 430 here. So we pick up steam now.
My bad, guys. I'm just bored, so I'm charting bigger time frames. Devin's doing a really good job updating the pullback on SPY right now. He's only said 430 and 432 a million times today, so hope you guys have been paying attention.
The only thing I don't like so far is the volume on the break under. So like Josh mentioned earlier, it could just be short jabs outside of range, not much follow through. So we got lots of time on this 30-minute candle, quite a bit of time on this 10-minute candle. So if it wicks back up into range, can't be surprised. So if you are in a position, keep that stop loss tight. If we do get some increasing volume coming in, that will be looking much better to get us towards 429 and 428.32.
Oh, there's a level there. Good. I was gonna say I need a level there. Reversal, 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 reversal. There's definitely something here. So I'm gonna cheat. Got another one here that I can cheat with. Oops. Nope, don't do that. Should never cheat on your wife, but you can definitely cheat when you're charting.
Looks like we could get some increase in volume here on the 10 minutes. We're making a new low. Got a minute 30 left. I'd like to note that this is the first candle on the 30-minute that is open clearly under the 9 and moved lower.
Pullback inevitable. Damn, Netflix chart looks good. I'll say that. I'm throwing my hand up like I'm cooking pizza, like I'm Italian. Shit looks good. Do we have any requests? Should I chart another bigger time frame, or do you guys just want to go back to SPY? It's really up to y'all. I kind of want to chart more bigger time frames though.
Went and touched 429 real quick. Quite a bit of buyers came in. Someone goggled up about 15,000 shares real quick.
Good job, Mel. I'm really happy to see your patience today. Just kind of sitting on your hands till you see the range actually break. Good job, man. Happy for you. The wheel. Are you saying do the wheel for what I just asked, or you're asking to do the wheel? You're wild. My little inside bar setup. See if it worked on PayPal. Not really. I guess now people can look to see if a buy the dip pops up or if it fades. Same for McDonald's. That was another one I posted. That was... Where the hell's McDonald's? Here it is. Oh, they're still in the inside bar. Okay. So I started out of it, came back down, broke under 266.30s. They now made it back down to square one. So if they break 263s, they can make it down to that next area, which would be the bigger breakdown levels right here. But still can't ignore it. Super strong setup, though. Opened higher, broke it instantly, said, nah, we're making a lower high and come back down. Both inside bar setups. Very, very high probability levels. If you ever see that, your current day inside of your previous day, both the high and the low, it's a really good thing just to mark the outers of your current day and then the outers of your previous day. The one that you're trading inside of. Looks like a potential bearish retest. Again, if you want to take your secondary fib, if you don't want to confuse yourself, don't bother. But if you take your fib from that recent high to here, because we actually finally do have a break of structure and caught a bid, technically you're looking for short-term bearish reactions here and more mid-term, longer-term bearish reactions in this general vicinity. So they don't have to go back up here. I'm just showing you that that is possible. But if they do just want to keep giving you guys some good follow-through, the flush should continue from here. Should make it down to about 428.50s. We'll see if they make it down there. You have a little bit of an inside bar forming here on your 5-minute time frame chart. But you have a few more minutes on this candle. It did just begin, so give it a little bit. Nobody has any answers to what I asked, so I'm just going to go back to charting bigger time frames.
Yeah, you gonna go to that AMC stock?
You're funny as hell. You are funny. What do those charts even look like now, bro? Like, I just have to know.
I have zero idea.
Oh my god, it's exactly what you would think.
How much money are people down? I know somebody that's still like bag holding like AMC and GameStop because they still think it's going to the moon.
God knows why. See, I don't get that. Like, they'll find a million reasons to be bullish on this, not bearish, which is okay, whatever. You want to be biased, that's you. But you won't find any reasons to invest into a different company. Like, that's what gets me. It's not even that you're an AMC bull. It's that you're only an AMC bull is what gets me. It's like, Jesus. Are you just, like, ignoring the rest of what's in front of you? Like, market-wise? This is crazy. I need to delete Snap off my list as a dog shit stock. Snow, I already had that one charted. John Deere's charted. I just didn't get what I wanted out of it. Selling pressure popped up, so we'll see if a higher low pops up on John Deere. Still looking for a higher low on Twilio. Roblox still looking for a higher low on Roblox. Ever since D-Touch's update, again, if you guys want to... Here, I'll just clear the chart and show you. I'll show you from step one how clean this was. If you go to the weekly, which is how I teach my supply and demand for bigger time frame charting, you do a monthly levels, but then you go to your weekly time frame and draw, demand. If you go from the low of the move to the high of this red candle, which is how we draw our demand from this past week, and then add 2025 because I like to cheat and be lazy and throw it over here. And then go to your daily. This is where we do our actual analysis to try and enter setups. He actually called out this one right here. It gave you a transfer of power candle, inside candle, and then it gave you a bullish engulfing. This is a very, very powerful setup, and it popped up at the bottom of that demand. So that is just massive move up from that area, and it had good reasoning, and D-Touch posted this all on his own, so I wanted to give him credit for that. But I had to come back to that because it just kept going. It didn't ever... I think right after he took profits on this or talked about scaling out, I talked to him and I was like, yeah, man, we should look for a higher low and see if it gives you a secondary set. It did never do that. It just kept going. So once this finally does slow down, I'll probably grab a fib from the low of this move to the high. Let's say this is the high of the move, and I'll probably look in this general vicinity for a better higher low. And if it cracks under that, then we'll have to wait for more basing. But that's kind of my thinking on that chart. But I wanted to go over that because that was a very, very just clean breakdown. It was super simple. Very powerful, and that it really does encompass what our community is about. Simple and effective. We look for very just basic stuff, but we want to look for things that are very powerful and effective. So we look for patterns with positioning. That's all I talk about in all my swing trading content. If you guys have ever watched any of my swing trading breakdowns, I'll probably be doing another account challenge soon for the YouTube members. But massive move, and I had to go over that. That was just super, super clean. I hope we find more setups like that, because that's honestly just the bread and butter right there. Roku, this thing has not stopped fading since that one pop, man. This was the we're firing a bunch of people candle. Then they sold off, and then here they are again. PayPal, I'm a pretty big fan of this one. I think here's my ideas video chart. Yeah, lot to look at. But what you're looking at though is a bunch of weekly demands. You have a demand turn supply now right here, and a demand still trying to see if it's holding or not. But even if PayPal was to dip lower after this inside bar higher open, it would definitely show some potential basing here at the low 50s, so we could at least look at some slowdown on that one in the future, which it's already kind of experiencing now. Oh, there's that glitch. On another power contract. Good stuff, man. Indecisive candle on SPY 5 minutes. See if you crack lower, if that was your single candle retest for more pullback, or if they're going to slow it down and give you a better push to the upside, and see if you get your higher low, or see if they're going to try to break back higher. Looks like they are wanting to try and sell it back off a little bit more after a single candle retest. We'll see if it sells off under that low of that recent candle. That would be your confirmation that it does want to move lower. Tesla's in a good spot for a pullback as well. Looks like my meta plan did really good. When I posted in chat, I said potential breakdown on meta under 308.90s. You can target today's open. I would never have said sell down here, so don't even try to quote me on that one. But I just realized that worked out very well. There's so much messaging in chat, I have to actually search for my message now. Which is a good thing. I'm glad there's a lot of people in there. Super active.
Alright, Chad, I think I might head out for the day. It's about that time, lunchtime price action. Volume's going to be slowing down right above 428.50 area. Probably find some base there, come back up and retest that fib somewhere. Stay green. If you haven't deployed capital yet, there ain't necessarily a reason to. Stay safe, and I'll see you guys next week.
See you later, Devin. Be safe, man. I'll see you. You're all stuck with me. Sorry, Rambo. I was trying to type like emojis and saying bye to him at the same time, and I ended up doing both of those things very slowly. Alright, I guess we'll watch SPY for a few more minutes. We'll see if it cracks down or not, or see if it slows down. If it slows down, we'll just go back to charting. If it hits our target, we'll go back to charting. How does that sound, everybody? Alright, I gotta show off the Discord for a second, because this is like, I've been around Discord, I've been around trading communities, I've been around traders for pretty close to 5 years now. I've personally been actively trading only a few years. Again, I've never once established that I'm a pro or anything like that. People genuinely do just follow me out of respect, and it's just, I don't know, I guess I'm a fun person to talk to in here. But what I thought was cool is, honestly, this is probably like the peak of chat. By the way, SPY is making a new low of day. But I've honestly never seen chat do this well. This blows my mind, like, to this day now. Like, we've had a lot of people in here. I could even say it's been more active than this before, but I've never seen this level of activity at this high of quality, if that makes sense. Like, it's never been this clean, this good. Like, everyone's posting just beautiful stuff, gains. There's losses in here too, you know, but the breakdowns for them are good. It makes sense. It's like, oh, okay. And if it was a gamble, then whatever. There's not really much to cover. It's like, well, I knew I was gambling, blah, blah, blah. So that's established, you know. But that's the point, though. Regardless of a win, regardless of a loss, everything is established. But just look at these posts in here. Like, everybody's just straight up posting just clean TA. Make stuff that makes sense right as you read it. You know, one look stuff, quick look. Just, it's nice. And then post charts, too. I want to give some credit in here. There's a bunch of people in here posting really good breakdowns on things that are currently happening, things that may be happening soon. You know, it's all kinds of stuff in here. Bonds. People getting plans ready for the day. Look at Eric with his spy prep. I love that. I also gave some credit to some of the other guys from last night, too. There was a lot of people in here posting a lot of really good TA. And I'm not just saying that like, oh, it's good because it worked out. Like, no, even if it didn't work out. I'm just glad to see people going into this with a more prepared mindset than anything. So seriously, shout out to you guys if you're in here, if you're being active, if you're posting. Because I swear, I tell you this right now. And this is how it was when I started out. I'm sure it was like this for a lot of you. When you first join a community, when you first get into this stuff, you're not going to be so active and so talkative, right? You know, you're going to be more consuming info than anything. So my biggest goal is to create an environment for just the most vanilla person, like someone who's brand new to this could just show up, read chat, and be like, oh, okay, these guys are focused on this and that. Like, it should be that easy to pick up. Now, it's easy to start. It's hard to maintain. That's why, again, you have to kind of have that backbone, your community, have your support, really. But it's just nice to see everybody, I don't know, posting at a higher quality now. Everybody's speaking in a different tone. You know, it's not like, hey, I told you so. You know, it's not about I told you so. It's about what did you plan and did it work out? And let's review what happened. Can you tell the story of the chart and did it make sense to you? Did the reasoning help to you? You know, were you confident? Were you not confident? All these things help. Ooh, VC. That hurts. Alright, well, we're kind of slowing down. It looks like we're still higher probability of filling that gap, but you do still have this retest here, so just be careful of a simmer down move. Like I said, even if you do get a break, the follow-throughs might not be so exciting. So just keep that in mind. I'm going to go back to charting, though. I'm kind of bored of looking at SPY. I think I've already done most of these charts now. I guess I could redo my SMH chart. Since now that we're going to start looking at it more, I want to start getting it charted more. And again, this is just one of my more favorite ETFs for semiconductors is really all this is. Which are very important. Again, not all of them are big weights in terms on SPY, except NVIDIA. But it's still just good to watch them because in your head, there's tech, right? But then there's like subsectors of your sectors, right? And this is one of the subsectors of tech. And it's probably one of the most enticing ones. It's very exciting to watch these moves. And any of you who trade semiconductors know this. Semiconductors are very, very exciting to watch. Looks like SPY broke down more after I clicked off of it. SPY pulling back down. Exactly, it's not just one person that's showing progression. There's so many people improving. Exactly, man. That's my point. I love it, man. I love seeing multiple people grow in our chat. It's crazy. And there's so many like leaders emerging who have been here, you know, for a while too. You got all these new people progressing. You got old people, you know, kind of stepping up for those new people now. You like Rambo, Nox. I could name a million people right now, but I'm just thinking of people right here, right now. Jacko, you know, people who have been in here for a while now and don't just have the confidence to talk and chat more, but have also learned enough now to confidently post in chat. So it's nice. And gap's mostly filled, guys. I'm going to go ahead and post it on the Discord so people see it. And yeah, we got that one done. Good job, guys. SPY plan made sense today. Kind of talked about 430, 432. I personally talked about the previous day high supply, and you could see the crackdown finally happened. They made lower highs all day. You had one good pump here that definitely looked like it wanted to try something, but then they instantly rejected that with an even larger pullback. So they gave that counterbalance fast. fill the gap, then boom, candles after lunch. Good looks, ace. That is high probability. I would say, logically speaking, that is high probability that we start getting some basing now that we've completed something. You know, you've broken down under a good level, you've made it to fill the overnight gap, and there's no more, you know, bigger things to move us today. There's no reason to think that there will be either. So you either get a slow simmer down, or you're going to start getting some range trading now. So I would say those are your two highest probability scenarios. But do we have any requests on tickers to chart? Please do not say any meme tickers. SMH, that's what I was charting. So while y'all request, I'll try to finish this one up. Again, I grab a lot of my emerging candles on the monthly, then I go to the weekly, and I try to grab a bunch of supply and demand around current price based on price history. In the same way I grab my emerging candles left to right, I grab my supply and demand left to right. So I'm kind of moving up left. I see current prices right here, so I'm kind of focused to see where was the high made above this before, and then where was the last green candle of that high. So they had a pretty similar high here, the last green candle before the breakdown. Actually, I'll probably just mark that one, to be honest with you. Keep it simple. Damn, well, it's pretty close to my birthday. Then we'll mark this one. See, and like this one, you can cheat a little bit. You don't have to go down to the green candle. You can just go down to that latest resistance. Hold that one, and look at how clean that is. It popped up over here. Didn't even see that. Part of me wants to mark a level like right here, just because there is kind of like a in-between thing going there. So I might just leave that there. And that gives me a pretty good range on current price. I guess I could mark another one underside. So we hit, rejected, supply, supply. Didn't really do anything up until that point. So it looks like this is where I'm going to be grabbing that from. No, it's not. Let's see again. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. So I guess I could cheat and take it from here. No, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to just keep it simple. I like how clean that looks. And then kind of like what we looked at on Apple, our pullback finally got an impulse move, and they are above the golden pocket, so big reset candle most likely. And a lot of time you get a gapped up small body candle or a gap down small body candle. Yes, it can mean oversold or overbought, but that doesn't mean it's going to reject instantly that next day. So you could also watch for a range. So very important, I guess, is what I'm saying, to mark when you get a reset candle or an overbought or oversold candle, to mark the outsides of it, to have the open and close mark. So when you go into that next day, you can use that previous day's, or what is today's current day, but into the next day's previous day information to help you out. But yeah, SMH is done. We don't have to worry about that one now. And we don't need to add levels on it for our intraday. We'll just kind of monitor it. SPX. Ace, are you in the Discord or no? If you're not, I'll just show you. But if you are, I can show you something else. Something else that I posted yesterday is why I'm saying that. I'm not like trying to limit access to something. It's just something I already posted. So I was thinking if you were in there or not. If you are in there, though, anybody who is interested in seeing SPX charted, you can go to the Reason Over Risk channel. I actually just posted like a silent video the other day. And it's just me charting SPX real quick, but you can get a good view on it. But we can go over it again, though, in here in a little bit. Chart Mamacita Margaritas. What's up, Alexis? How you doing? Alexis is another guy in chat who's been posting pretty heavily, too. Hey, and thank you all for 50 likes on the stream. We also had almost 200 people click on the stream so far today. That is crazy. Always blows my mind when there's like a couple hundred people that have joined or been in here at one point. It's mind-blowing. But thank you guys again for 50 likes. That's a lot. So I appreciate you guys. Full day Friday too. We still got a while to go. It's only 11 o'clock where I am at Central Standard Time. So we got about 4 hours left in the market. So I will be here for a while. And make sure you guys are on the live stream. Make sure you click the live button to make sure you're live, and then you can also check out the quality to see if YouTube lowered your quality or not. I know sometimes it'll lower it, and then it'll be weird to watch. Alright, let's look at another one to try and chart. See if I have any other charts I need to update. I have most of these done. I'm just trying to see if I have any I need to like clean up. Yeah, like square. Okay, the bigger time frame one's done. What do I got going here though? Yeah, we'll just redo square. I don't really need it for day trade levels, so I don't day trade square. So I guess I'll just leave that one blank. And then we'll keep this one for our swings. But that has nothing going for me yet. I'm just waiting for some more basing. I have a lot of waiting for more basing setups right now. DG would be one of them. ENPH would be one of them. I pretty much like this as long as it holds this low. Which technically it is. It's just doing it very ugly. Like, it's basically going up and invalidating this early. And if it was to break this, this would completely invalidate any of these candles that are trying to hold support. And it would give very, very high probability scenario to go down to 110, possibly 108.80s. But yeah, waiting for more basing on that one. DG, Dollar Tree, Square, PayPal. Which, PayPal has a lot of basing. It just needs to show some more higher lows. But it does have good basing. CLF was one of these. I guess now what I'm waiting for is a higher low. It's kind of like Roblox. This is just like Roblox. It just broke out from a very, very, very good demand, and it just hasn't given you that impulse pullback to say, hey, can I get a higher low or anything like that. It's just going. So I got a few different setups that have made it to lows and are waiting for basing. I have some that have made it to lows, bounced, and we're waiting for higher lows. There's a couple setups that are already in play. See if there's anything I can find. Square was ago. I hate drawing these lines, but I thought this was like clear as day. Even if you're not someone, you know, even if you're like me and you hate drawing these lines to call out, you know, the stupid patterns that don't even work. This falling wedge type look pattern is definitely here. And you can see they came from demand too. So it's not about just using these lines. It's about finding them at demand, waiting for a buyer move. And they got an inside candle into a green print, and then they got a big pump into it, and now they're back at resistance. So next week, I'll probably have AMD on my watch list pretty heavily for pullbacks into the kind of median part of this range. Again, if you go from the low of this to the high of this, and this is the slowdown, I want to see can AMD hold in between basically 100 and whatever that yellow level is. 198. So 98 up to 100 is where I'm going to try to look to see, is AMD going to pull back and try to hold that next week, or are they going to go back to that and break it next week? And if they open higher and just break out, we'll just ignore all that in general. But that is the higher probability scenario coming next for AMD on the bigger time frames, so that'll help us out a lot on the smaller time frames. So if you guys are interested in my AMD trade ideas, make sure you're in the Discord, because I'm definitely going to be posting AMD very heavily next week. And I know a lot of you guys like AMD because it's a semiconductor, it's cheap, it moves very well, has very good open interest, so it's kind of the ideal stock for a very small account. For any size account, really. AMD and Nvidia, but I would always say AMD is better for smaller accounts. I guess we can... Oh, we already reviewed Meta. Never mind. Oh, Neo is another one. I had an equity play on this. I've only made a little bit over 1K on this. I didn't really make that much. It really wasn't that crazy. But I would love to get in on a second play on this for Neo shares. Again, I don't do options on it. We'll probably do shares. But I'd love to see more of a higher low build down here. I'd love to get a better average kind of under 8. That'd be beautiful. See if that ends up working out for us or not. Not really that I'm bullish on China necessarily. I love Neo. I think Neo is a great company. In terms of Chinese EV, and if they ever went international, I don't know if they'd survive. I think they do have some stuff in Europe, but they're not that big, so it's not really like it's a big talked about subject. I might be wrong on that though. Oh, check this out. This is pretty cool. Megatechs leave the rest behind. So it's your mega cap stocks versus the rest of the S&P 500. Again, this includes your Magnificent Seven, which it includes Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Tesla. This is the Magnificent Seven. It's just a name everybody gives them. But look at that. S&P just flat. Tech killing it. Oh, here it comes up. Other sectors are reacting finally. Almost up 100% before this thing's up 10%. That's crazy. That's just 7 stocks, dude. That's crazy. That's just 7 companies. You're long on TXN as well. Oh, TXN, bro. I have not looked at Texas Instruments in a long-ass time, bro. I would love to chart TXN. This used to be my bread and butter, man. Let's go over it. I used to love going over this ticker, bro. This is a strong-ass company. That's another thing, too. Like, it's not just about charting random things. Like, it's so nice to chart actual strong companies. I love it. Alright, so let's start over here. I don't know why I started back so far. Alright, right here is going to be a little choppy. Very good ticker, man. I'm so glad you said that. Hey, man, I'm from Texas. We got a rep. We support our companies over here. Nah, see, why I remember them is because the calculators. If anybody here ever went to school, I'm sure you know exactly what calculators I'm talking about. I don't even remember what they're called, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. They're not even like they're like basically small computer calculators. It's crazy. You can like graph on them and all kinds of stuff. But I remember like pretty much anyone from my generation knows those things, so you just automatically know what Texas Instruments is, even if you don't exactly remember what it's from. So you got to buy the dip there, just kind of higher lows here. I don't really see anything to mark here. I guess I could cheat and grab that, but it's really not. We'll do it. There's a bunch of reasons to mark it like that. We got our demand to our normal rule, and there's a couple levels here from emerging candles to make it a little choppy looking, so we'll go ahead and include that. We have a supply way up here. There's technically a supply right here, but that's just too much, so I'm going to cheat. And we just go to the close of that candle. Give myself a little bit of an area, because it also kind of goes right here where there's like a short-term demand. So it kind of covers all of our bases there. And just to cheat again, I'm just going to do the same thing but at the all-time high. Just to show the all-time high supply. And then we'll go to the daily and we're done. Oh, I'm not done. There's something in between there. There's no way there's just open space there. Alright, so there's our monthly. There's no emerging candle there. So what you can do is, well, one, you could do this. And then just cheat. You know, then you're like, oh, okay, there's a level there. But also, if you wanted to, whoops. If you wanted to add something with reasoning, again, I always have a rule for why you add something. Never just add something random, or it's probably worthless. But if you go from, like, your true low up to the meat of your latest low, then you can include that. But I don't see the point in doing it this time, so I am just going to leave that 151.75 there. Maybe leave that marked there, but I'm not really a fan of that. Actually, I am a fan of that. I like how this is like an inside, long leg doji, and then you have your like higher open, so this is basically like the control of who has support. So we'll leave both of those there. Go to the weekly to see if we see anything else. Oh, and yeah, okay, so it does actually mark something there. And if you extend it over to the left, it looks like it would be holding this potential higher low, so it is marking something effective. We can move on from it. Make sense of it and move on. Now you can start looking for swing setups. Which, if you guys want a really good, this is what I'm probably going to talk about in part of my seminar. I don't even know when that's going to be, but we're going to have like a 2-3 day seminar with homework and all kinds of stuff. I'll probably work on more of the details of that this weekend. I'll probably grind it out. It's just going to be a lot of work, so I've been trying to wait because I know I'm going to have to put my all into it. But if you guys want a cool little simple way to get into swing trading, first off, hold up before I even get into that. So who all in here is trying to get into swing trading and just wants really just a path, a routine, or something just to go off of, you know? Regardless of being bullish or bearish or ranging, you know, this will always give you some sort of sentiment. But who here is trying to swing trade more or is swing trading more? And if you're not focused on it, it's okay. This is still really good information that you can use for smaller time frames too. The price action will carry over. It's just the use is different. And this is kind of a sneak peek of what you'll see me go over in the 2 to 3 day seminar. The first day we'll be talking about like day trading and the basics of stuff, and then the second day will be like all swing trading related. I'll have homework for both of those days, and then the third day is going to be covering like a bunch of extras, but all topics that I find very important. I just couldn't find a part of the first 2 days to put them in, so on the third day of the seminar I will be going over a bunch of extra shit. But this is kind of a sneak peek in what I'll be going, and you guys are in the community, you guys are part of the family, so I'm happy to go over it early on. Plus, I've already gone over this. This isn't like the first time I've gone over this. But if you go to the YouTube channel, go to the playlist, go to, this guy's funny as hell, by the way. Yeah, if you can see my extras there. Cam Patterson, I think his name is. That guy is hilarious. He just didn't have any long stand-ups yet. But if you go over here to the View Full playlist, swing trading videos, jump into this. I would genuinely check this video out first, the 230 to 1K swing trading challenge. Fuck the money. It's not about the money. Why I like this video so much is because it literally goes over exactly what I'm about to show you. It goes over the basics of how to get into swing trading, and then really a path. It gives you a routine of how to go over. You guys are used to the TA routine. You guys are used to the BB system for your day trading. This is kind of the opposite of that for swing trading. It kind of gives you that exact same look. Like, it's not really the opposite, though. You're really going to be looking at the same things the same exact way you would on the smaller time frames, just a little bit different view. So, and a lot more time goes by, so patience, of course, can be a pain in the ass. But what I'm getting back to, though, is I would check out this playlist. This has a lot of really good videos and how we like to swing trade, information on swing trading. And really just general information. If you go over here to YouTube, though, and you type in Moustache the UK way, and then type bot, go to this channel here. It's got the Pain flag behind it from Naruto, and then the Discord logo. This is actually a backup channel I used to use over 2 years ago. I think it's almost 3 years old now. But in short, though, every video in here is me going over the basics of swing trading. So if you want a secondary channel to go check out, you just can't. Those videos in that swing trading playlist just wasn't enough for you, then you have a whole other secondary channel to go to. But what I wanted to get into, though, was how you guys can get started into the basics of swing trading and really what you should be looking for. So I'm going to add these EMAs just to show you something. Let's go to a different chart real quick. Let's go like Roblox. This is going to be a good example. No, wait. Yeah, we'll do Roblox. You guys were just looking at this with me. What's going on here? Why can't I zoom in? Okay, I just can't zoom in anymore. Sick. That was weird. It did the glitch again. You guys saw that, right? Even when I tried to do the secondary fix, I still had to go down to here to rechange the tool again. Because sometimes when you go from pan tool to the price level tool, it doesn't remember that you clicked that, so it thinks you're still on the pan tool. And you can notice it if this symbol down here is still showing a hand, but sometimes it'll stick. But back to what we were talking about, though. So the basics of swing trading are patterns with positioning. So let's write all this down. I want to write this down with you guys. Ignore that. Patterns. Whoops. I was like trying to think about how to spell positioning for half a second. Patterns with positioning. This is everything you got to go for. Bullish engulfings, bearish engulfings, hammers to either side, morning stars, evening stars, kickers, bearish kicker, bullish kicker, your soldier patterns, your crow patterns, anything you could think of, really. These are patterns that you want to find. But you don't want to just buy every candle, right? If I looked at every inside bar, every outside bar, and I took every single setup, I would probably be red in my account because not everyone will pay. That's not the thing. It's when you find a pattern with positioning. And what do I mean by that? Does anybody know what I mean by that? Anybody in the YouTube chat want to try to break that one down? I'm sure you guys have heard me go over it before. While I drink some water. Water's so damn good. But does anybody know what I mean by positioning? What do I mean by that? And if you're in the Discord and you're typing to me in the trade floor, I'll read that as well. Real quick to check on SPY, because I know some of you guys are probably freaking out. Yes, we are pushing lower. They went up, retested that golden pocket. Remember, we talked about the potential midterm retest. They're now doing that and pulling away. Ignore the EMAs. We're using this for our bigger time frame conversation. Somebody clicks on my stream for 5 seconds. They're like, what is he doing? What is he doing to these people? At a known level of importance via price history. Key levels, positioning, risk, reward ratio, 40% rate. Exactly what I'm talking about. Positioning. Finding a good bullish pattern at support. So we'll type that. Or bearish patterns. I can't type. Patterns with positioning. Bullish patterns at support or demand, or bearish patterns at resistance or supply. Because what does this do? What does this do when we find a pattern with positioning? What does this do? Can anybody tell me, what does this do when we find a pattern with positioning? Why do we want to find a pattern with positioning, not just a pattern by itself? What does that give us? What does that increase? What was that? What does that help us with? You know what I swing, Josh, and it ain't stonk. Nick trades. I do remember your answer the other day. Some big wick energy. Does anybody know though? What do we get out of a pattern with positioning? Does nobody knows? I'll just continue. If you guys don't want to interact as much, it's okay. But this increases our probability of a successful trade outcome. This adds the odds in our favor. This increases the successful outcome that is possibly going to happen. I mean, you're not always going to win every trade, but what do you want to trade by? Something that wins more or loses more? Well, you want to bet on the one that wins more, right? So this is what you're going to want to bet on then. A lot more, of course. But bullish patterns at support or demand, bearish patterns at resistance and supply. So what does this do? It increases probability. And that's what we need to be doing. We don't need to be thinking about this in terms of, do I like it more or not? It needs to be in terms of, well, are the odds stacking in my favor or not? Let's read the facts of it, not how I feel, right? So, again, speaking about the facts of what's actually going on. So let's now go over some of the basics now. So, back to the EMA stuff. I know you guys have probably been waiting to go over it. But when you get your so like right here with D-Touch's example is why I'm going over this one. You have a bullish engulfing. It's also an outside bar. I mean, it's essentially what it is. After a candle had an inside bar inside of this candle. So you have one setup, two setups. You have two things telling you that there is something building pressure here. And it's at support. You get a bullish engulfing. So now you have bullish confirmation. So what is the first trigger that you can use after a bullish pattern, after a... here, let's do like this. I just thought of this. Alright, so think about it like this. This is going to help. So, what is your 40% entry for this level of swing trading? The pattern, when it pops up at support. So, after this day closes, that's your entry. That's your 40% entry, right? I'm just going to say pattern with positioning, POS. The first close of a pattern with positioning. So what is our first confirmation that bulls are here? Right here. That day closed after an inside bar at a support with a bullish engulfing. That's your first confirmation. But since it's the first, we're only going to give it a 40% level of confidence, 40 to 50%, because it's the first thing that's popped up. It's finally shown us the initial confirmation. So we should only be applying an initial amount of confidence on it, right? That makes sense to me, logically speaking, right? So the first close of the pattern with positioning. So what would be our more confident entry then? Our trigger. What's our trigger? The 9 EMA. So think about it like this, guys. So you have your 9 EMA, you have your 21 EMA, you have your 55, you have your 100, you have your 200. If you want to just start with the basics, you can just start with these three. If you want to give yourself the full thing, go ahead and do this for the full extent of it. But I really would just practice with the 9, the 21, and the 55 by themselves first. Then you can lead into the other two. But for example's sake, we're going to add all 5. But your trigger is the 9 EMA. So you get your pattern with positioning, and then you get a close over what? What's the trigger? The 9 EMA. So that's our first trigger, right? So what would our 80% entry be if the pattern with positioning close over a 9 EMA was our 60% entry? What would be our 80% then? Does anybody want to tell me? And there's not really one on this chart. Just a hold. I'll just continue. The 80% entry would be if we got a pullback, right? So what would that be of? From the low of our pattern up to the first trigger point, right? To the high of that first trigger point. So this is a bad example because there was no pullback. But let's just try to visualize it for a second. What would be the 80% entry? The pullback that can hold this area or the 9 EMA. So I guess you could say this is your 80% entry. It was just not anything special or anything that was able to push you in with confidence because it was just indecisive above the EMA. So you'd be looking for this. Again, the low to the high of that move, the trigger, and then see, can it pull back and give you another bullish candlestick pattern here, or any kind of bullish pressure? That's where you would look for your 80% entry, right? So you go from the low of pattern, or if you're bearish, again, if let's say we had a bearish pattern, you'd go from your high of your move to the low of your move, and if it popped back up and rejected here, that would be your low or high. So low of pattern to a hold of the CP/GP is retest area, retest range. So let me remove this real quick. So we talked about pattern with positioning. We talked about the initial trigger, or just the initial move. We talked about the trigger. We talked about what retest move you want to look for if you don't happen to, apply risk onto the first two. If you really are just focused on those retests. But what kind of thinking can we apply with this EMA strat with patterns with positioning? Basically, as long as when you get your trigger, as long as you hold your 9 EMA, you're targeting the 21 with 9 EMA as your stop loss for your swings, right? The same goes for the very next combo. Let's try to move this chart up a little bit. Your 55. Actually, that's not the 55. Oh, it is. I, for some reason, messed up my own colors. Okay, ignore me. But that's the next EMA, right? So, in the same thinking, what can we say here? Well, as long as we're holding above the 9 and the 21, we should make it to the 55 as long as we're holding over both of these, using these as your stop. So this is just kind of how you kind of etch into the chart with reasoning. Again, oh, okay, we're bullish. Oh, okay, we're bullish. Oh, okay, I'm targeting this with a stop here. Oh, okay, I'm targeting this with a stop here. Oh, we're above that? All right, well, I'm targeting this with a stop here. You should only be making your runners here, by the way. If you've been in like the trade since here, you've already taken a majority of your profits here. If you're getting into the trade here, you've already taken a majority of your profits here. And these should all be runners, if anything. You should not be opening new trades above this. So stop loss, the previous EMA. Target, the next EMA. It's very easy. It's just to get you into the basics of things. And I start people off this way with swing trading, and then down the road, they end up taking all of these things off. Sometimes they'll leave the 9 on, but a lot of the time, like me, they'll just leave it off. Because they've gotten to the point where they don't need those EMAs anymore. They understand, okay, well, the structure here shows that I should make it to at least this area. The structure here shows I should make it to here if we do get more continuation. They're going to be looking between here and here now to take profit. You know, and that's where the 55 ends up coming and swooping down at. So it's just a good kind of initial strat, I guess, to kind of get you into the works of things, to get you on the right path. But you'll be seeing me go over that pretty much just like you saw me go over it here in that seminar. Probably go a little slower, but I hope you guys enjoy that. That is a really, really big kind of step into swing trading. I feel like not a lot of people give people that. They just say, hey, this is my strat, follow it. But you should have baby steps, and then you should have bigger steps, you know, is how a strat should be. And that's how I'd like to teach. It's how I like to go over things. Kind of giving you an initial kind of touch into what you're going to be looking at, and then giving you a more further in-depth look at it, and then getting used to it, really. It's just something you do over time after that. But I hope you guys enjoyed that breakdown. We'll go back to just charting or looking at SPY. And then maybe in a little bit I'll do some more bigger time frame charting. Looks like SPY came back up a little bit, but again, still under that golden pocket. They're basing at a good spot. We talked about potential buying happening here. If they didn't just crack under that gap fill there, the previous day close. No problem, Sandollar. Thank you for watching that. Thank you, D-Touch. No problem, Alexis. Thank you for listening, man. Hope you enjoy it. Which, again, I'm sure you guys already know a lot of these things. You're kind of finding out these things on your own. I'm just reiterating, if anything. You're never going to see me be like, this is the first time you guys have ever heard of this. No, I'm not the first person to ever cover pre-market. I'm not the first person to ever cover Fibonacci. I'm not the first person to ever cover half of these things. But I am the first person to ever put all of these into one system, to give people stability, to give people structure. I feel like people just think of pre-market high as a bullish level. It's not. It's not just a bullish level. It's a pivot point. Yes, if bulls break above pre-market high and make it to this level, blah, 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 further out, and they pull back, where are they pulling back to? Well, logically speaking, it needs to be held above that pre-market high, the area where they just broke above. They didn't show they had control of it. They just showed they could break it. The pullback will show you if they can hold it or not, and then that gives you structure. Kind of like the iron hands or iron hands talk, really. All right, let's see what they're talking about in Discord. Excuse me. I don't even know why I'm yawning. I slept great last night. I think I feel the weekend creeping up, and I knew today was going to be just kind of a range day. Yesterday and the day before, hell of a lot more of exciting. I think Monday and Tuesday, you guys are going to be in store for a pretty exciting market day as well. But I think at least one day next week, or at least 2 days next week, we need to probably have a day like today, where we have a higher or lower open, or even just a sideways open, and then just hold a general range. Because if you guys look at the bigger time frames, we haven't actually left anything. We just had our higher open and we've pulled back. We're still holding above previous day close. We're still above the hammer. Again, let's do this one. I mean, you're basically bullish as long as you're holding this candle. Short term, again, don't take this as like, oh, long term, he's calling the bottom. Like, no, I'm talking about short term. Because you do still have 430, 330s to worry about, which is the open of this candle. You have this basing here to worry about. We just filled this gap pretty much. So we're at a spot of the chart where it could slow down, but you're also at a part of the chart where it's like, well, it could also just reject and send it lower. So you're kind of you're getting bullish pressure, and then you're getting like potential bearish pressure right here. So right now we're looking to see, is this the extent of it, or is it actually like up here, you know, like kind of where they pushed up here, held the higher low, and then, you know, include this gap fill. So do we have a bunch of bearish pressure sitting in between here and a bunch of bullish pressure here, and this is our range? or what? You know, that's what you're trying to figure out right now. You're trying to. This is why I call it settling price action, because it's settling. It's trying to figure out where the hell are we trying to sit. What are we trying to do right now? So I hope you guys enjoyed this breakdown too. But this is generally what the market's focused on right now, right? Regardless of news, regardless of everything. All the data that's recently came out has been a little bit more bullish than bearish, I would say. And the chart's also showing potential bullishness again. But again, I just don't think people are realizing that means, oh, instantly in the next week we're going to go back up to 450s. No, I genuinely believe you're going to be range trading here for a little while as the market consumes a lot of the recent data. And then over the next couple of months, you'll probably see a move to the upside. As long as we hold this gap fill, as long as we hold that hammer, you should move up higher again. But I wanted to also talk about how there's selling pressure here. It's not just as easy as, oh, we're going up again, guys. No, there's definitely a few steps along the way that are going to take some time. Thank you, Misi. Appreciate you. Ooh, I kind of like this look here on Netflix. It's got like this like rounding bottom move. Some people would probably be like, this is a diamond bottom kind of thing. But it looks really good for a potential base build back up to at least this high, possibly today's open. So we'll see if it pumps into that or pumps past that or not. That's not a bad looking chart though. At least intraday wise. 30-minute inside bar on SPY. Great call out D-touch. Still digging the new profile pick, man. Moderna, triple top at resistance on the 5-minute chart. Possible second uptrend leg. Great update by Alexis on Moderna. He's been talking about that one all morning. Full port calls. What's up, Jack? How you doing, man? Fixing trucks and saving lives, man. You're a hero. You really are modern day Chuck Norris. Wait, Chuck Norris is still alive. I guess I'll hide this because if somebody clicks on that, they're gonna be like, what the hell were they talking about? I need to rechart the dollar. That's what I need to do. Oh, this one's always fun to do because there's so much price action. Hold up. Before I do that, what did it look like before? Oh, it was a mess. Honestly, you might have to just start drawing this like intraday only. Like just draw your previous day levels, just draw your previous day open, just draw your previous day close. Maybe we go in there and add pre-market. Maybe we go in there and add our fibs, so previous day close down to our today's open, which would be way down here. Extend this to the right so we can actually see what's going on. Buyer reaction made it into there initially. Bears got trapped as they took it higher. Bears got trapped again as they tried to take it lower right here. And now they're holding here for the dollar. Which again, guys, everyone always has like a really bad misconception of like how the market mechanics work. VIX is not the opposite of SPY, and I hope you guys know that. VIX tracks volatility. This is not the opposite of... So if SPY goes up, that doesn't necessarily mean VIX is going down. VIX and SPY can both go up. VIX and SPY can both go down. That's a thing. It's okay. It's normal. This is just tracking volatility of that chain, of the SPX chain, actually. But then you go to the dollar sign DXY. This is not a perfect opposite either. This is probably the closest thing to a perfect opposite, but there is no such thing as a perfect opposite besides the actual perfect opposite chart, the minus SPY chart. I mean, and then again, you're actually just doing the opposite. So there isn't a perfect opposite, but this would be your next best thing, especially right now. In the beginning, right after COVID, this was a big deal. It kind of faded off for a little while, and it's starting to pick back up again. The correlation between the dollar and SPY. So you'll be watching that for a little bit, and you had a little bit of correlation drop off because you had the world basically battling the dollar. You had Japan, you had China, you had all kinds of countries basically attacking the dollar to weaken it a little bit. It was just too strong. So now that that's picking up again, you're starting to see a little bit more confluence because there's not as much currency battle, as you can call it, going on. But wow, so many people think otherwise. Thanks for the clarification. Totally glad to go over it, man. It's just a really big market misconception. I don't even know how that started or where that came from. And why it's a big misconception is because it is partially true. VIX going up can cause for bearish pressure to pop up on SPY, initially at least. And if it leads towards anything, then yeah, then they will be moving in opposite directions. And that's why you'll almost, not always, but there's a higher probability chance they are going in opposite directions. But just to again clarify, they are not perfect opposites, and neither is the dollar and SPY. The correlations drop off and pick up all the time. So it's kind of up to you, again, over time, day to day, to kind of pick up on that. So if you're like, and I've been going over that with chat too, like you'll see my guys call it out in chat like they're breathing. You know, D-Touch does it, Daffy, me, and a couple other guys. It's like, oh, the dollar's pushing up higher. Okay, well then that should bring some pressure on the SPY chart, right? It's not that it's definitely bearish, it just adds more pressure to it. That's how you should think about it. So if you do happen to see a bearish setup happen and the dollar is rising, well then your SPY trade's looking a little bit better. It's not that that sells you onto the trade by itself. You should never be sold by just the dollar or just VIX anyway. That's just a side confirmation. Another cool thing you guys could track too, which is also part of your micro mechanics, and these are things I've covered like 3 years ago. So it's not really things I look at all the time. And it's not things I think about going back to review as much, so I'm sorry if you guys don't see me stare at them too much. It's just something you check here and there. But like ADD, this is your New York Stock Exchange. So this is every stock on the New York Stock Exchange, thousands of stocks. This is them going up or down. So this means more of them are being sold today than being bought. That's all that means. That means more of them are going down than up today. That's all this chart means. So it's just a good, and again, like your VIX, like your dollar chart, it's just a good side confirmation to add on top of what you're already looking at. So I want to talk about that a little bit, so glad we got to look at that kind of stuff. And Evis has a good point too. He just said, he's in the Discord, he said, strong dollar hurts companies doing business abroad. So there's your actual fundamental reason on why you have opposite trading. Whereas the VIX, that's just correlation. You know, those aren't actual opposites. The dollar actually does have some fundamental reason of being the opposite a little bit. But again, touching up on that point, nothing is a perfect opposite. Thank you, Evis, for adding that point as well. I appreciate that. And here he goes again. He said, all oil is priced in dollars, USD. That's why you have to giggle a little bit when they say crypto's going to take over the dollar. Like, really? Crypto's going to replace the most major currency in the world? I don't think so. Because y'all can't even replace, what was it, like Brazil or Venezuela's? Y'all couldn't even do that correctly, so I just don't see that in the long term. Especially since if you look at who actually processes the most Tether, it's the federal government. So it's not really a closed market anymore. What are your thoughts on investing in treasury bonds? I have no opinions or advice on investing in treasury bonds, but I will say they are very important to pay attention to. Here, I'll look this up with you. Check this out. So this is why you have to pay attention to the bond market. It's not necessarily if you're like bullish or bearish, but it's just because that's where the most money sits in the world. There's a lot of money in there. So, as you can see, most of the world's economy is based on this, exactly this, bonds, because they're safe. They lead long-term direction. So it's, I mean, actually, all terms of direction. You have your 2-year, your 3-year, 5-year, 10-year, 15-year, 20-year, 30-year. You got all kinds of treasury yields. You got all kinds of bonds that people can get into. But as you can see, the breakdown here from, I love this generative AI, by the way. I'm not joking. I know it says info quality may vary, but there's things on Google you can search and you won't find in a link. You could go to page 20 and you won't find what you're looking for. You turn on the generative AI. Sometimes it's a little weary. It's like it does sometimes it won't post something you need, but 10 out of 10 so far for me at least. I have not had a problem with this. I love this like Google generative AI thing. This is probably one of the few AI tools I've personally been using that actually do give great answers and it's helpful. You can see there's no BS. There's no marketing here. I'm not giving any links, to go sign up for this. It's giving me exactly what I asked for. I love this generative AI Google search thing. But again, as you can see, though, it's a pretty important part of the world. Most of our money sits in that. Most of the world's money focuses on that. So your equity market really is kind of a baby in the grand scheme of things. But it's funny, too, because you'll have, I have friends in the UK, and I'll always make fun of them because they're like, oh, haha, the stock market, this and that. And I'll be like, yeah, the UK is great and all, but one of our companies is worth more than your entire country's GDP. So it's like, and that's like, if you just take Apple, for example, Apple's bigger than a lot of countries just by itself. Has more money than a lot of countries just by itself. It's pretty crazy. And that's just one company in our stock market. Our stock market that is not even part of the bond market, or, in terms of the money rotation. But it's just like, it's crazy to think how much money is actually cycled around. And it really is cycled around. Oh, we're in an aggressive market and it looks like we have a lot of room ahead. All right, I'm going to go put a bunch of money in tech. And then it's like, oh, we have some headwinds ahead. Oh, okay, well, I'm going to go put a bunch of money in yields. I'm going to go put my money in the dollar. I'm going to go put it in things that don't move as much and I can park it and be a little bit safe. Staples even, staple companies. And then, energy crisis? Okay, investing in energy, and then we'll start shorting it as soon as it starts popping up in the news more, because they have the initial pop, then people start getting into it with the news that comes out late, they get into it, they screw those people, they retest, that's your retest trade, they get in again, and it's, whatever's happened, there's always a reason for these things, there's always a method to the madness, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Don't touch. That's just the name of that chart. Oh, whoops, wrong chart. So as you guys can see of the breakdown, we are still holding under the golden pocket. So could be seeing a pullback that brings us to low of day and breaks. But like I said, even if you do get that, a lot of follow-throughs have not been happening today. How to use generative AI. I don't remember how it popped up for me, to be honest with you, VC. One day I just went to go type on Google and it asked me would I like to turn this on, and I just clicked enabled or whatever. And then ever since then it just pops up every time I go to Google and type in something, and you don't have to click it either. Sometimes it'll say, do you want the recommendation of what we have, and you could just leave it there and ignore it. Or you can open it up and then see what it wants to tell you. I don't quite remember how I got it to pop up, though. I think I just randomly opened Google one day. The flush, the flush, the flush is happening. The flush, the flush, the flush is happening. The weights are, they're falling off a cliff. It's just Apple. Actually, they're not even moving that much. Actually, I'll actually update this. If this was to close lower and you start seeing Apple, hold up, let it load. Apple breaks lower to fill that gap. Microsoft actually breaks a support right here. What is that? 317s. Nvidia's already doing it. If these continue, this is gonna dump a lot more. Just as I thought the day was gonna get boring, it looks like it could actually start ramping up. I could see us push down to at least that 427.60s. If that breaks, we could definitely make it to the 426 flat. We'll see. We'll see though. Again, the weights is what I'm saying could lead us lower, so just keep that in mind. That first click you heard was me muting the mic, I think. I was grabbing something. I just didn't want to hear that. I didn't want you to hear that squeaky ass door I have. Just keep flushing, just keep flushing. Come on, give Taylor that extrinsic value. There we go. There's an extrinsic value. Come on, give it to Taylor. You have 9 minutes, just under... Actually, it's about 8 minutes left on that 15-minute candle. Had to step out. How you doing, Mel? Flush it for Taylor. Do it because I said so. Oh, Mel's all out. Good stuff, Mel. 75% Mel. Great work. Also, Mel, I loved your post last night, man. Thank you. I kind of got onto you the other day because I think you were drunk and were like typing some pretty cocky shit in chat. But last night, I loved what you posted. You were going over like actual numbers, you know, actual breakdowns of what you do, what you aim for, you know, and really the risk reward behind everything. I loved your post last night, man. I thought that was really cool of you. Very, very cool of you. Mel doesn't need alcohol to have fun. Nope, just poots, just poots. Yeah, it's too late, Jack, for new positions. If you were looking to get in, it was lower highs were golden pocket. It's too late to enter now, if you're looking for a new trade. At least in my opinion. Just because it's breaking close doesn't mean it has to make it here or make a new low. There's a very close level here that'll probably stop very close by. So, even if it does keep flushing it, it might slow down first. So I think any new trades need to be weighted on. Yeah, exactly what you just said. Exactly what you just said. Mel be selling when I be buying. Next target hit. Good stuff, Taylor. Round of applause. That's what I like to see. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Love Poots to death. We know you do. It's not a bad thing, though. With a healthy amount can always be a great thing. Definitely don't want to overstep your boundaries or do something you're not, accustomed to or things you've practiced. That's really the only time anybody steps out of their own boundaries, when they just, again, do something they don't practice. Meta pulling back more after another lower high. That was probably my favorite breakdown of the day. Tesla's still holding above the higher open. Amazon dipping. Semiconductors, so AMD and Nvidia should be red right here. Microsoft losing a potential support, possibly retesting underneath. Apple broke and rejected with a lower high under that 172. And now SPY is slightly negative on the day. Looks like healthcare is still sitting around that same area we saw earlier too. Damn, people's just hit me up. I did forget to do Trader of the Month again. Marente was our last one. That was August. I guess I do need to choose one for... Actually, that was for the month before August. I haven't done it in 2 months, I guess is what you could say. I guess I'm skipping August. We'll do just September. September Trader of the Month. Now I gotta go look through chat and I gotta remind myself who's really been on their A game this month. There's been a bunch of people stepping up. Comment down a name below if you guys have someone in mind who should get Trader of the Month over the month of September. I know you can't say your own name. $102%, damn. Good job, Taylor. Good job, Mel. Round of applause to both of them guys. They both just got a really, really big trade. Apple buyer showing up. Jack said, or sorry, D-Touch said Jack and Taylor. Garden said Taylor. Somebody said creator trades. Misi did. Spy pulling back more. You almost have like a 3-bar play away from this move. It's not a 3-bar play, but it's very, very close to one. Looking like it wants to pull back. Yeah, Fro, we big pooping now. They made it down to the 427.67, which was the level we kind of mentioned in here. The bigger question is, do they make it under this level? And if they can, that is where the bigger flush can come from. But very nice pullback from this move. Good lower high to good area. So if anybody took shorts in here, I mean, you're taking very good high probability trades. You're definitely not crazy. You're only saying that because it kept going. Shut up. Technically, you can win twice. Taylor trying to be humble, like, no, 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 don't pick me, don't pick me. Nice flush so far, I agree, Leland. What you doing, Leland? Getting lunch? Loading up inventory? And a put runner? Of course you are. Shit, New Year, new me, pick me. That's funny. They are still dumping. I will say this, I don't have it marked, and I'm probably not going to mark it, but you could clearly see there is a level where they kind of pushed up to, slowed down here, and built support before breaking this level here. You might want to keep this area kind of noted as well, that they are at a potential area where a slowdown could occur. Just keep that in mind, that that needs to flush as well. But I don't have it marked, so I thought I'd go over it. Potential outside bar being posted by the man himself, Leland. He said, we broke above previous day high at open, lost it. We are now flushing previous day's midpoint. Strong chance of visiting previous day low. This is one of his big outside bar rules that once we start to see that one is trying to form, it might actually cause for the previous day low to be tested just by pure fact that, again, a lot of outside bars love to finish breaking that previous day low, regardless of finishing it or not. Could definitely visit it, just like Leland said. So I wanted to go over that. Very, very good post. It's kind of hard to envision your outside bar and inside bar before it happens, too. But the more you go over that stuff, the more it's helpful. Yeah, we'll probably stay in this range. Yeah. That's why I cover every scenario, though. Because I'm not going to sit here and just say, guys, we're only going to range today. Don't look for a breakdown. Don't look for a breakup. You'll always hear me cover all three scenarios, because then you'll sound ignorant, you know, saying, oh, you were only watching the range. I was shorting. Like, yeah, cool. So that's why it's very smart to cover all scenarios. Because then, now that you're sitting here, you can't sit here and go, I didn't know this was possible. How did that happen? It's like, no, this was very possible. We talked about it. That's why it's good to go over all three beforehand. It is good to have a range set, so in case you do have a more boring day, you could look for buying at support, selling at resistance, vice versa. And you'll also have an understanding of what's going on. That's why I personally teach that way. It's just so you don't look like a jackass. And also feel like a jackass, because it kind of sucks when you get in. Like, let's say you were long today, right? Or betting on this doing nothing, so you just didn't trade. Right, and then you get into something or you don't get into something, you're going to be pissed off afterwards because it's going to dump afterwards. The person who didn't do that, though, the person who did exactly what you did, except they prepared before the day started, they're going to at least have some sort of understanding on how we did get to where we got. You know, they're not going to sit here and say, oh, this was impossible, this market's a scam, I can't believe this shit. Like, no, it was very possible. Every day it's possible for a bullish scenario, a bearish scenario, and a ranging scenario. So make sure you have all three under your belt, and this is why I cover all three in my weekly watch list, my weekly PDFs, those weekly videos sometimes. It's because I don't want to cover just one side of the story. I just don't see the point of that. You know, and also that kind of doesn't really speak to you a whole lot if you're only able to cover one side. You're not really a trader if you can only cover one side of the ball. You're not at all a trader. You're gambling. You know, so if you can be pivotal, have an understanding of both sides, you'll be a lot stronger of a trader, and a lot more technical too. So it might even help you with discipline. SPY has really been saving the bigger moves for the end of the day. Lunch, power lately too. Patience pays. Yeah, don't chase. Don't chase. Like I said, you could get a I mean, from our talk earlier, what did I say? Let's see who listened to me. So I said, should you be taking new trades here? No. What could you look for? Well, if it's a single candle retest, you need to go from the break to the low of this move, if this was, and it was. And you did get a single candle retest, so this should have been your entry if you were looking for a new trade. What can you look for now? An open range breakout, under 427.67. Did you get it? Yes. A little late, but it's there. Now what can you look for? Nothing. It's already kept falling. You have nothing to look for now. You need to look for basing, you need to look for more information now. There is no new trade. But we covered that. We went over, you can either look for a single candle retest, you can look for the next open range break under the next level, or just wait. 2 more entries popped up since we talked about that. So if you missed both, you're hesitating or you just haven't looked at this stuff enough yet. That's just facts. And I'm not even talking to Jack. I'm literally talking to everyone. I'm me, Taylor, I'm talking to Jack, I'm talking to Mel, talking to anybody in here. Doesn't matter. But that was more opportunity given for the downside with reasoning. Again, you got to give yourselves these reasonings because then you're going to be trading just anything that pops up. So you need to find things to limit yourself to. If you can limit yourself to these things, that will be helpful. Oh, you guys gotta check this out. My friend just sent this. So, you guys ever have, like, anybody say, I mean, I'm sure you guys don't hear this from, like, older people, but there is a generation above us and even above them that think, oh, these younger kids are just bitching about house prices, this and that. You know, not realizing how money actually works. You know, yes, housing has gone up and everything's relative, but wages have not, you know, so it's like there is a big discrepancy there. And I don't normally care about this stuff, but this is crazy. Look at this little chart my friend sent. Boomers in their 30s versus millennials today. So, look at that. And it also shows the different interest rates. It shows everything. So you can't even sit here and say, you know, oh, they had a better time than we did, or they had a way better time than we did, or blah, blah, blah. That's just crazy, though. This is your payments. That's nuts. We're double what these people used to pay. And on top of a bigger number. So it's not just bigger percentage, it's also off of a bigger number. That shit's crazy. Taylor said, in an ideal world, I want today to play out like Wednesday, since we had closed over that bearish daily golden pocket yesterday. I saw a poster through that said inflation is just an excuse for you to be lazy and work hard. To be lazy, go work. No, I mean, some people that are older really do think that stuff, and I don't think they're, like, meaning to, or, like, it's like one of those, like, they're stuck in their ways kind of things. Like, I just don't think they realize, like, what's actually going on. I think some people just don't care and don't look. You know, that's one thing, but some people will comment and still have no idea what they're talking about. It's like, you don't understand. This is the hardest time to own a house right now. If you weren't locked in from a couple years ago, you're screwed right now. We need to increase the retirement age to 105. 105, that is wild. No, he's not wrong though, guys. I'm waiting to see if SPY goes back to today's open. Very possible. You guys know how many times we've gotten those end of day spikes. Very possible. How's the music, by the way? Is it too loud or too quiet? Just want to make sure that's all fine. I think you can hear my fan, but I don't care. I need my fan. New low of day. They are still dumping it. Good job from Leland's post, too. He posted that about 14 minutes ago, and we've had a little bit more of a dump since then. So, very good timing on his post. It was pretty much right after this candle closed. Gandhi said, buyers, where you at? They're gone. Oh my god. How many monthly active users do you think X has? Or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. How many do you think they have? Oh my god. I read this number the other day, and it wasn't like a full reported number yet, so I didn't say it to you guys because I didn't think it was real yet. But that is a legit number. Don't bet against Elon. That is it. Ow, my elbow. 2,738.2 million. It's 550 million. If I didn't say the number, I'm sorry. 550 million. It's kind of fucking crazy. Ace said, how many minutes do you typically stay in a trade playing 0 DTE? Mel, how many minutes are you in a trade? Mel will tell you half a day. I will tell you, most of the time I'm in for less than an hour. When I'm scalping, like full-on scalping, not giving myself room to do other things, minutes. Sometimes under a minute. So it kind of depends what you're going for, you know. And if you know you're going for a light trade that's like going to take some time, and you're averaging into it, that'll take more time, so you can hold it a little longer. And if you do get the new lows, the new highs, it is okay to hold. But it's when you're holding into a sideways move too long that can hurt you. So that's when you don't want to apply too much risk. So it really is kind of different in each scenario. Personally, I try not to sit in them that long. Anything under like 2 hours is perfect. But if you're scalping, it needs to be very quick. Like, oh, it's dumping, it's dumping, it's dumping, hit your support. You need to be selling as it's getting to that support, not, oh, it hit it, there's a green candle off that support, now I'm going to sell, it hit my level. No, now you're selling out of momentum. You're not making as much because you're trading the same day. I also don't want anybody here to think that you should trade 0 DTEs either. You guys shouldn't be trading those, and if you are, you need to be practicing on SPY first. SPY doesn't move as much, the options chain doesn't move as much in terms of your money moving around, whereas your SPX chain will be moving around very crazily. So make sure you're not jumping straight into same day SPXs. That's just wild. As we have all promoted, please start on SPY with mental trading, then you can get into a real account, then you can do whatever you want, you know. Get the structure down first, then you can apply the numbers, the math into making more. That's all down the road. But in the beginning, it's about getting structure. Exactly, stair step. You don't want to just take that step into taking same days. Personally, I tell people when they ask me what should they do, when they're like, you know, what should I do? You know, I want to get into trading same days. What's a good staircase method for me to get into this a little bit more? And they ask me honestly, so I answer them honestly. And I tell them you should start with SPY. Start with SPY. Buy contracts that are of that week or of the next week. Give yourself a nice, stable contract. Again, because you're not worried about making money right now. What you're worried about is getting the system down, getting structure down. Oh, this is my entry, this is my exit, this is what my stop looks like, this is what my trades are going to look like from now. This is what you're trying to build up. Then you can start to get creative and go, okay, I'll try out these, I'll try out these, I'll try out these different contracts. You know, it's really testing around what you want to start doing. So, again, structure. I would definitely build that first, then you can really do whatever you want. People always start, though, when they get into SPX, they always jump straight into it. They never start on SPY, and then they're like, why am I not trading this as well? Because it moves more. It's more expensive. So it's going to hurt more. Yes, it's more exciting, but it's also more painful. So this is why I tell people to start on SPY. Not buying same days. You know, start with a more stable contract that's not going to move as much. Focus on the structure of your chart. Focus on you actually finding a trade you're confident in. And then reapplying that over and over and over again and limiting yourself to what you practice. Again, like we talked about earlier. So definitely want to stick with that. And people think when I say that too, they take that and it's boring. What I just gave you is boring advice. So what? You know, that's a lot of the time the good advice is the boring advice. But people would rather ignore that and go trade and lose all their money and then come back and complain at me than just taking my actual advice and going slow. When people hear that, they think, oh, I'll go practice that for a few days and I'll see if I like it or not. And if so, I'll do it. Because in their head, they think they're a full-blown trader. I don't even think of myself as a full-blown trader. I hate when people are like, Joe Bueller's the best trader I know. Like, no, I'm not. I'm learning. I'm just like you. I'm not getting ahead of myself, neither should you. You're not a trader. You're trying to be one. You're growing to be one. You're trying to get all the structure down, your routine down. Don't get ahead of yourself. Thank you, going to work. Have a nice weekend. You too, Kelvin. Hope you have a great weekend, man. Kelvin units. Any cool plans for this weekend, guys? When you wake up on Monday, you'll be in a new month. On Sunday and Monday, we'll be going into the next month. So technically, you can say, wake me up when September ends. Top of the golden pocket from the last pop down in the 5-minute is 427.66. Wow, that's crazy, scary accurate. How that, like, is basically in sync with that level we have. I mean, 1 cent off. That is wild. Calculated? I'm still worn out from the carriage races and eating children around a bounce house for hours on it last weekend, so I'm just baking and keeping it low key. Hey, that's good. I mean, you had some pretty badass trades today, so it's not like you need another one. And that's the point of trading. People always think like, oh, I need to squeeze out as much opportunity as I can. Like, no, do what you're doing. You know, finish your day out, and now you can go enjoy the rest of your day. You know, it's freedom. You just created freedom for yourself. That's a power you can't just create. You know, you got to go do it yourself. That's amazing, though. I mean, can trade, have a badass day, and then go enjoy the rest of your day. Go do other things, chores, priorities, whatever you got going. You know, that's true power. That is true power that trading can give. What is that symbol? Oh, it's a leaf falling down. It almost looked like a glass jar. That was weird. Good stuff, though. Damn baking. I need some cookies this weekend. Something sweet. I have a sweet tooth. Wake me up when September ends. Yo, Jazz is about to live like 5 minutes down the road from me in a few weeks. Says she gets to San. Oh, wow. So there is a reason to move to Ohio now. Just because Jazz and Taylor are there and there's free desserts. Well, not free, but there's a lot of desserts. When you pay for your homie's business or product, you always pay full price. That makes sense, Mel. If you chase, you get out quick. That makes sense. And that applies to what I teach. I always talk about tempo and awareness. If you are aware you are doing something that is risky, you need to take profits fast. You don't need to be holding that trade forever. What's happening next, Mel? Yeah, 40% entry, aggressive entry equals aggressive stop loss and target. 100%. I just took like 24% on that 427.66 retest Taylor brought up. Quick in and out. No need to sit in it that long. Already back to watching the stream again. I'm thinking about doing some live trading streams in the future. I kind of want to try some out next week, to be honest. I think I might try one. Well, hold up. Let me look at the news first next week. What's today's date? So Monday will be the 2nd all the way to the 6th. 2nd to 6th. Yeah, Tuesday next week would be a perfect time to do it. Stream Monday, stream Wednesday, stream Thursday, stream Friday. And then we could do a private stream Tuesday, I guess. So I think I'll plan for that. So if you're part of the YouTube membership, expect a live trading stream. Me actually in, out, all that good stuff. I probably won't read the chat as much, though, in those live streams because I'll be focused on me and trading more. But at the end of any trades, I'll be sure to afterwards review or go over anything I'm doing. But I'd love to do that. Little private member YouTube stream or whatever we're going to call it. I don't know what to call it. But how does that sound? Is that a good idea or what? The reason I say members only is because it would be nice to just have, you know, a minimal amount of people. Looking forward to it. Awesome, man. If I can bully Leland in there, I will. But if not, it'll probably just be me. My cheap ass waiting for Wacko to gift a membership. Here, I'll give 5 right now. Fuck it. Alright, make this deal though. If you don't win the free membership, you have to sign up on your own. I'm still watching the old stream from like a few days ago, I think. Live. Come on. I like how Google's smart enough to realize that I can't donate to myself through my own account, but I can go into another account, connect the same bank or PayPal or whatever, and pay that way. It's like You're smart enough to realize that, but you're not smart enough to realize I'm doing it this way. Oh, yo, here's my free membership. Yo! The backup account has the yellow star. Get wrecked. The backup account is on fire. Yes, yes is legit. No, Jacko, he didn't call you cheap. He tagged yes, yes, that's funny. Alright, I'm gonna gift 5. Alright, so the deal is, if you get the membership, awesome, congrats. If you don't, you gotta sign up on your own. I'm not gifting 5 more. Some of y'all just need to sign up. It's just $5, Jesus. And there's like 70 videos there, plus the extra stuff we're gonna be doing. So it's like, I don't know. I would say that's probably like the highest value you could ever get. It's a $5 thing. Alright, here's the 5 memberships. Let's see who's lucky. No, VC, you didn't get it yet. We're about to see. Oh my god. Oh my god. I had all the RNG in that account. I had all the RNG in that account. I got like 5 accounts that needed it. Oh my lord. Bro, that's what was holding it back. The backup account had to gift it. It got Ace, Sandollar, VC, SF, and David. How? That is just amazing. Alright, well, no more memberships for me. I've already gifted probably like 300 over the past 6-7 months. Which is amounting to about $1,500 to $1,700. I've spent more on giving you my membership to my own content than I have actually earning from my own memberships. I am the one content creator who goes into the hole for you people. The fact I still haven't won any of them is whack. Now that is crazy, Taylor. I actually thought you were going to get one. Oh, Jack, you gifted one too. Dan Frank. Good one, Dan. Thank you, Jack. Does anybody want to gift one and hopefully help Taylor out? Even though she has access to all this, but it'd still be cool. Now gift more. Yeah, that was just Jack's first one. He's got 99 more to go. Love you too, SF. Glad you won. Hope you enjoyed that. For anybody who just won a membership or is signing up to get a membership, go to the YouTube channel. When you click the join button and you sign up and all that good hoopla, you get past all this. You go to the membership section right here. And there's a ton of stuff. Lately, I've been dropping more of my charts and PDFs and stuff, so you've been getting a lot more recent info. But there is a insane amount of content in here. 70 plus videos, so make sure you go through that. Hope you enjoy it. And yeah, we'll be back to Spy now. Let's just chill here and look at this. Yeah, Jack's gifted a few now. I've gifted a shit. I probably have the most gifted by far. I know Rambo's up there. I know Leland is up there. I know you're up there. I'm trying to think if I'm forgetting. There's a bunch of people who have like 3 or 4. I know Bob LaFontaine. I can't speak his damn name. He has a few. I'm trying to think of other people. There's a few people that have like a bunch. Like I said, Twitch is better because they actually show leaderboards. I can't just. I would have to go pull it up and do it manually to get that data. But that's a good stream though. I mean, 6 gifted memberships. Oh my god. Oh my god. How does Nerdy keep winning? Rough Trader. Bro, I don't know where you came from. I love you. Round of applause to Rough Trader. He's been around here for a couple months now. But he just gifted 5 memberships to the channel. That is crazy, bro. I know that's only like 25 bucks, but bro, that is a lot of money. Like seriously, just to like throw out at people like that, that is a lot. So I really do appreciate you. And I hope they appreciate you as much as I did. But he gifted an Afghani Mafia one, J Blonde, Nerdy Bicep, Another Ninja, and Tally. Good job, Tally. Waiting patience for my fib to hit 428, then tank. Alright. I just wanted to hear what you were looking for, Mel. I miss talking to my trading buddy. Maybe I'll bring Mel into some of the live stream trading days. I'll just talk, and then I'll have Mel and me in a DM, and I'll have his DM like covering up part of the screen, so you're forced to see what Mel's doing. 11 new memberships though, guys. I gifted 5, Ruff gifted 5, and Jack gifted 1. There's 11 new members on the channel today. I hope each and every one of you take the time to go through that content and go to that content, review it, go over it. If you have questions, feel free to ask. Feel free to tag anybody. There's also a link to an extra Discord. If you're a YouTube member, there's an extra Discord with a lot of extra info to further increase the value of your membership. Again, I hate that when you sign up and you pay $5, you just get what's on my YouTube channel. So I included a Discord link that gives you extra stuff that I can add to or delete over time. I can add and give you guys even more value over time. So I hope you guys enjoy that. But yeah, there's a lot of extra stuff there. I always forget about the extra thing. I don't make money in the market, may as well give it away in here. That's pretty funny. Put that on a shirt. That's funny though, the yes backup account for me has a gold star now, or a yellow star, whatever. We say gold because it sounds cooler. That's pretty funny though. Devin has won probably like 3 or 4 gifted memberships. I don't know how he has such good RNG. I think the stream's like, well, he's a mod and he actually talks in here, so it gives him extra favors or something. I don't know. Devin has won a few of those, though. S'more value. Some s'mores sound good. Not even 1 o'clock and I'm thinking of s'mores. Love Google It tanked. Jazz, you are the queen of Google. I'm not even joking. Every time I go and I just see you, like, posting Google or any of those, I already instantly know I'm in for a treat when I'm looking at that TA. It wasn't today, it was the other day, I think. I was watching your breakdown of it, and I was like, damn, how did I miss that? I think it was this pump, actually. I think you were talking about this, or maybe it was the day before, I can't remember. But seriously, keep it up. I love that you're, like, a beast on this chart. Misi, too. Like, you and Misi, I swear. My lady traders are badass, though, so I never have to worry about you guys. I'm actually least worried about you guys. My lady traders are kicking ass. Not a single one of them are struggling. They're all pretty much kicking ass on their own, sticking to the routine. I don't ever have to check in on any of them. So that's pretty cool too. It was the previous day? Okay, that's what I thought. Because I remember it had that one nice move. Had that like basing, then it had the nice move, so it like made you have patience to see it. They put us men to shame. They do, man. These my lady traders, at least, they've been kicking y'all's ass. There is a statistic where it's like women are better than men at trading, but that's bullshit. It's all relative. But in my chat, that stat is correct. I also don't know how old this stat is and how much data was collected to even get that stat. Good afternoon, BB fam, and welcome back, Bueller. Nice to have you back, man. Yeah, I'm here, man. David, you were actually gifted another month of YouTube just now. I can't remember if me or Ruff gave it to you, but you were one of the guys who just won another month, so congratulations, man. I love this community. Same, dude. I love this community too. I've been saying lately, like, it's really nice to where I've gotten to the point where, like, I'm not trying to sound depressing, but, like, I really could, like, pass away or, like, stop trading. And I could be very proud of the community that's here. Like, I could just leave right now, and the community would run itself. There wouldn't be, like, all right, everybody, we have to focus on this guy or this guy now. Bueller's gone. Like, no, I genuinely believe if I died or something, chat would flow on its own so well. Because it's not because of me that it's so good. It's because of the people who are in it. The people who are in there posting every day, preparing, reviewing, you know, going over things. Like, that's what makes that chat so damn good. It's the people in it. It's the environment, really. Like, it's the airspace. Everybody's just focused, ready to go, on top of their game. Everybody's making sure everybody else is on top of their game. You know, no ego boosting, no ego chasing, no glory hunting, none of that. It's just facts, what's going on in the chart, how are you guys doing, let's get into it. That's it. None of the extras. That's why the community is so damn good. It's each and every one of you who are in here listening. You are part of what makes that community so great. He said, no way, thanks guys. He said, yeah, Kathy Woods really proves that fact. A lot of winners. Yeah, for real, there were 11 of them. I'm glad I finally got Ace One and Sand Dollar. I feel like I've seen you guys not win a few of them, so I was really glad when I saw y'all win. And then SF, too. I remember I haven't seen SF win one in a couple times, so I was really happy to see her win as well. Yeah, Devin did do a great job this morning. That's why I never worried about Devin. Devin's one of the few guys I can trust with, like... I was gone because I was talking to my grandma. She was visiting, so I was talking to her for a little bit. But I knew I could just walk away. I could just message him, hey, man, I'm not going to be here for a little bit. Could you just handle stream? And he did. He covers exactly how I covered things. I don't have to worry about that shit because he's been around me for years now. And I feel like that's another thing, too, that you can't say about other communities. How many other communities do you know that have been around for 4+ years? And how many of those people that have been in those groups for 4+ years can you ask them and say, hey, how many of these traders have been around you for that long? I still have guys from back in the day that just check in with me because they've been trading for so long. They don't need the Discord anymore. They just live. They just live life. They trade. They use that freedom. They check in on me sometimes here and there because I'm still here, you know, going hard. But how many people can you actually look around and be like, damn, like, that's true. These guys have people from 4 years ago in here. We didn't just start trading because of COVID. We were here well before that. But there's not a lot of communities you can say about that. Say that about. That's dark but true, speaks of the type of leadership you put forward. Exactly. It was a little dark. I didn't mean to put it that way, but that was my point I'm trying to make, though. It's like, it's self-sufficient, you know. The chat runs itself at this point. Yes, there are extra plays me and my friends post. Yes, there are some extra TA, extra videos, extra different things, you know. But it's never, you know, anything outside of that. Such a smooth fella. And if it wasn't for this community, I wouldn't be trading. Your community has taught me a lot about technical analysis / levels. I'm glad to hear that, seriously, because it's like a scratch your back, I scratch your back kind of thing. Like, you're in the chat enjoying yourself. Guess what? The chat's going to scratch your back too, and you're going to enjoy yourself in there. So, I love that. That's the best part about the group. It has nothing to do with, like, are we the best, or do we make the biggest gains, or do we do this, do we do that? It's, no, we have a systematic approach to any kind of market. Commodities, equities, Forex, futures, it doesn't matter. Crypto, you can apply the BB system, the TA routine, you can add these to any of those markets. The way we trade things, the 40%, the 80%, you can apply this to anything. The staircase method, you can apply that to anything. These are things that are non-moving variables. They're set, they're absolute, you know? In a market that does have forever changing variables and forever changing movement on it, you know, it's always going to be moving different directions, going everywhere. Some days it's not moving at all, some days it's moving too much. But it's nice. You have a community that's self-sufficient, you have a system that has no moving variables in it. Dump it. Right now you have a potential 80% entry. It's already been happening. You guys already kind of brought it up in the chat. Taylor brought it up actually when she talked about the fib at 427.66. You could see my level right there at 427.67. And they have maintained under that, so basically keeping shorts under that level. Bigger goal is to make it down to your previous day low. Once you get there, you really do need to be hands off until you get more information, because this would possibly create a potential outside bar if broken, which we brought up with Leland's post. He brought that up very early on. Make sure you guys stretch your legs out. Make sure you guys have a water to hydrate. It can be very easy to forget about these things when you're just sitting here watching the markets. Your health does matter. Mine might not, but yours does. Get a little stretching going, you know what I'm saying? Is that a new low of day? Nope, close. What the hell? Someone messaged me on X or Twitter and they said, "Are you single?" I was checking this thinking it was about to be a question like, do you use this? You know, like a trading question. I opened it like full mindset of like, all right, I need to answer this trading question with full seriousness. And then I read that. The U.S. House rejects Republican stopgap funding bill to avert a government shutdown. That came out 3 minutes ago. Damn, that looks good. I don't even like pie, but that looks pretty good. Fried apple pie. Yes, I am single. To answer that question, yes, I am single. Single AF. $10 per inquiry. Here's my cash app. Inquiry. God, I can't even speak English. Hey, baby. Oh, my bad, Leland. You did say Tesla Daily. Sorry, I was honestly reading your TA and I can't... How are you in two places at once, bro? You were just posting in Reason Over Risk and you're over here like, Tesla Daily, Tesla Daily. You're crazy. Oh, I drew this last night. I was actually drawing a potential Lee test on this. I noticed they gapped up right to the 50%. Is this what you were going to tell me? Were you going to tell me this looks good for short-term shorts? You silly Billy. Hey baby, if you're single, check out Tesla Daily. Is he hitting on me? Extra wide monitor for the win. Yeah, nice shooter, pew pew. Okay. See, you see how I can instantly open this and know what Leland wants me to see? It's because we trade the same way. We trade the same system. We aim for patterns with positioning. He sees we have a shooter, and we're approaching a decent fib. I mean, even if my fib's off a little bit, it is approaching good resistance. So short term, yeah, it does look good for some pullback. Does it have to? No. But good probability. Stacking odds in your favor. I don't think anybody's ever asked that. I'm still thinking about that. That one threw me off. Because I was opening it and I was like, I really thought I read a part of their sentence that said something about a pre-market high. Like I could have swore I was reading something. Whoops, that was Elon talking.
Meeting with the sort of major.
Bro,
major
Elon is
officials,
the greatest, I swear. He went to the Eagle Pass border crossing to see what's really going on.
And,
oh, that's a 15-minute video. We're not watching that. That's too long. Bro, he's streaming the border situation live. What?
Send him. So what you end up doing?
What? That's crazy. I mean, it's crazy cool, but... That's crazy. I think that's cool because a lot of a lot of news organizations aren't reporting on that. But the border crisis has been a thing for a long time, like before Trump. It wasn't like a Trump Biden thing, and I hate that you're seeing people turn it into that. But it's been around a long time. And I think a lot of people hear Americans the wrong way when they hear us talk about this. Like when I say like fuck illegal immigration, I'm not saying no more immigrants. Like no, there needs to be ways of expanding and like actually this tweet Elon just sent is perfect. He said illegal immigration needs to stop, but I'm super in favor of greatly expanding and simplifying the legal immigration. Anyone who proves themselves to be hardworking, talented, and honest should be allowed to become an American. Period. That's facts. I'm retweeting that. Thoughts on leap options for Apple? Are you going long or short? Black Beauty Machine. Well, that's the thing, Dan Frank. It's been going on like this for a long time. It's only started ramping up even more over time because I mean, more restrictions have been taken out. We have looser policies now with the border, so it is only going to get worse because of. Well, I'm not blaming Biden, but it is because of Biden. But because of Democratic policy, it's only made things worse. It was already very bad. Now it's just becoming so bad. Nobody can contain it. Nobody can hide the fact that immigration is insane right now. You're short? How long out would you be buying these leaps? Are you going 2025 January, or are you going past that? My personal opinion, I don't bet against Apple on leaps, so I don't have like an actual opinion to give you. I'll just give you some facts on the chart. 6 months to 1 year? Well, 6 months wouldn't be a leap. Unless you're just going off of the vague term of leap because it's going into the next year. I guess I have heard a lot of people use that term that way. Normally a leap is over a year, though. Not because you're going into a new year, but some people say that term either way. That's why I asked if you were doing Jan 25. Oh, okay. So that is why you're saying that. Okay. Let me see. I just recharted it the other day, too, so. The only time I've shorted Apple was this candle. And that was what the monthly looked like. You go to the weekly. Where am I at? This one. The bearish kicker after the star. We entered like last day of this candle, then it just kept going. So you need to find a pattern with positioning. That was my thing. I don't like shorting Apple because it's one of the most bullish companies ever. You should never be long-term bearish on it. But if you find a good bearish candlestick against a good long-term resistance, like in this example, then yeah, it'll give you good favorability here. And you can see you're kind of in the same general region of where I did that the first time. So you're not crazy for thinking that. You are coming from a good spot. I just think you should wait until you were kind of in this area. You know, it really should have been like taking it on the break of this. But you're in the same area, so I guess you are still looking at a valid trade idea. But it looks like you do need the flush of 165. That's your next major support under. I would say if that breaks, your trade looks a lot better in terms of room. But are you entering that today, or were you still just kind of waiting on it? What were you looking at for that? I do like the daily a little bit for short term, but again, you're only just now breaking base, so I could see more ranging happening before another break of base. This could be what essentially is the bearish retest to go down more, is what I'm trying to say. But since we're at support on so many weights, it's not fair to say, oh, this is definitely dumping. Now, there's a chance it catches here. Wait to flush 165? Okay. I was just seeing what you're going for. I also don't want to push you in or out of your trade. If you have something in mind, you know, do it. Don't listen to me. I'm just giving my opinion. I don't want anybody coming after me saying I gave investment advice, because I definitely do not do that. I'll give my opinion. I'll hear out your opinion. I'll repeat your opinion. We'll try to understand each other. And that's about as far as it goes. And guys, no, we have not touched the previous day low. We have gotten very close from Leland's mention if you guys want to go look at that again. But he was talking about potential outside bar at 12:06. That was about an hour ago. We broke above previous day high at open, lost it, so it gave us that initial open to give us that potential outside bar. Then he said we are now flushing the previous day's midpoint. So basically, if we start higher and break the midpoint, we have a very high probability of making it down to the other side of the range, the low of the previous day, which would create an outside bar. Rejecting the previous day midpoint so far, so I had to break it, retest it, and then it pushed away from it. It pretty much did a perfect test to where you get your retest trade done. Runners can make it to the bottom of previous day low range. But I wanted to give Leland credit on that because he called it out very early on. And that's just something you get towards when I'm not trying to like glaze Leland here, but just a good example. You know, someone who's been practicing for a long time and is finally getting to this point where they know what they want to do. Now it's just about expanding on that. And now here he is expanding on that. Now he can kind of see ahead of time, like, all right, a potential outside bar is forming. What are the rules of an outside bar? How do I trade it? He remembers it, he types it down, he plans it, sticks to what he plans, reviews it afterwards. Bam, done, now on to the next trade. That is a trader. That is someone who is trading, does it beforehand, finishes it during, reviews it afterwards, bam, throws it off the slate, on to the next one. Or waits that day and goes to the next one the next day or the next week. You know. But I wanted to give him a little bit of credit on that because that was very beautiful. What's up, Don Do? How you doing, pal? Are you at work or what are you doing? You're skipping? You playing hooky? Oh, man, what a day. You guys make this a lot more fun to deal with, though, because it is already past 1 o'clock. We have just under 2 hours left. Let's check out the trade floor. Looks like Jazz just dropped a chart on Google. Google just keeps dropping from her mentioned areas. You know what's great about this, too? That none of this is hindsight. All of this, a lot of it was drawn beforehand. The breakdown happens. All she has to do is just focus. Very, very clean. Let's see if any briefing.com updates hit. So it says strong sectors, consumer discretionary, real estate, information technologies, which is just tech. Weak, energy, healthcare, industrials, financials, and consumer staples. And it says moving the market. Positive breadth despite index deterioration. Treasury yields creeping higher. Relative strength in the mega caps. And ongoing belief that the market is due for a bounce after losses in September. So that's what gave us a lot of our movement in the market today. You guys have Carnival Cruise Lines and whatever POL is. Those are apparently reported this morning. Nothing is reporting after hours, and that is the final earnings report of the week. So we can close that one out. I'm at home, but I'm about to play Star Wars. You suck. Dan said, Dondu, I got smoked on Tarkov last night. Almost deleted the game. It's funny because I loaded the game, destroyed somebody, and then I uninstalled it. I was like, this is boring. Where did you read that info again? The update that I gave you, that briefing update, that was this website. God, that is bright. It's like more than white. That's like bright white. But briefing.com, it's one of the few websites I heavily promote in here for free. I don't even know who owns this website. But briefing.com, financialjuice.com, savvytrader.com. These are the 3 websites I check probably every single day, because savvytrader.com shows me the earnings for the week and for the day in a very, very easily to see. It makes sense when you look at it. It's a one look kind of thing. Briefing.com, I love those non-bias, no ego postings about just market updates. Really, it gives me updates about things I don't understand, things about stuff that I half understand, and then things about things I understand. So I get all kinds of good just overall market updates on what's happening, what's moving the market, and a lot of it's kind of in tune with how we look at things too. They always break down the sectors, they always break down what's moving the market. That's exactly what we do in here every day. So that's in tune with what we look at. And then financialjuice.com is a great website because it really connects a lot of news sources into one. It's basically like a little Bloomberg terminal for news. So I love that website. If you want a cool little trick too for getting away from Bloomberg, let me go find you my trick. I think I took this from Evan. I can't remember who I took this. I'm pretty sure it's Evan, the guy who runs the news page on Twitter. It's like 200k followers or whatever. Here it is. So Bloomberg puts their articles behind a paywall, but their Canadian website BNN Bloomberg has everything free to view because they aren't allowed to charge for that stuff. So if you search the Bloomberg headline and add BNN Bloomberg at the end of it, and it should show up whatever you're looking at for free. It'll show the Canadian version of it. So if you look up, like, here's this link, it'll show me the Canadian version of the link I was looking at. So now I can look at it without an ad or paywall in front of me, because I am looking at the Canadian Bloomberg, which there is no difference between them, besides if they charge you or not. So it's a cool little trick too for anybody who likes to look at Bloomberg news. But I just go to financialjuice.com anyway, because they seem to have everything, and I don't have to do all that little trickery shit. But those are the main websites I like. I don't know who owns any of them, and I promote all of them because they are actually helpful, and I actually do like to look at them. I wish I could find out who actually owns briefing.com, because I would love to be, like, I would promote for them for free. I would just like to talk to whoever's behind that site, because that site's genius. It's simple, it's plain, and it gives you probably the most effective information anybody could ever give you. It's just giving you facts. There's no bias or meaning behind it. It's just, this is what's going on. Bulls just give up already. They might take it as a higher low too, Leland. You might not get that perfect touch, but we'll see. No reason to think otherwise yet, to be honest. They could definitely dump it down here like you've been posting. No buying pressure stepped in heavily yet. Got a nice candle here, but nothing crazy. But just keep in mind the potential of a higher low there in case they did want to just kind of mess with everybody today. A little inverse head and shoulder in today. Pump us back to, what, 428? 428.50? Second, I don't know what word you're trying to say. Trusting it here, waiting. I want confirmation. Apple being a lame and trying to reclaim previous it's being a lame. I'm gonna go back to charting some bigger time frames. I'm kind of bored of looking at this again. So let's go look at some stuff. Are there any tickers in here that I need to redo? And if not, then we can just go to the other list. Ooh, shop looks pretty good. Hate to say it, but that might come down some shortly. Can you chart SPY? Please tell me you're kidding. Y'all are definitely fucking with me now. He said no, dead serious. Dead serious, man. I will give you an update on SPY. So this was just a gapped up small body candle. It's now turned into an almost dark cloud cover. I haven't quite drawn the fib yet, but I'm not really worried about that. What you need to be worried about is that new chart. No. The don't touch chart that we did together, where we talked about where the buying pressure is coming from and where the selling pressure is coming from. So you can see we're really just getting a reactive candle. I mean, this is a logical candle. If we're going to open this high and we're at this part of the selling pressure range, yeah, it makes sense for us to come back down. So starting Monday, let's say we get a lower open or just a flat open or even a higher open in this general area, it's higher probability that we go up, you know, until proven otherwise out of that range. That's kind of short term what I'm going off of for my bigger time frame. All right, we'll do Sky and then we'll do XOM. Oh wait, or Walmart. We can do both. I'll do all of them. I'm chilling. I'm relaxed. Oh, there's Faith scratching on the door. But I'm chilling. I'm bigger time frame right now. We're chilling. We'll do all of them. Then cry and stream on Monday. That's funny. All right, let's go to Sky then. Let's go to the monthly. Take that crap off. Damn, this chart looks crazy. I could have told you this was an airline chart without even knowing. Just because of this. This is the most airline chart ever. Every airline did this. And it wasn't even because of, you know, just COVID. That was well before COVID. That was the whole, like, we got to figure out which plane company is going to run the world, basically. And then which plane company is going to sell to the other plane companies so they could fly their planes. Big chillin'. I'm baking bread. I'm listening. But yell if anything exciting happens. I got you. I got you. So let's see here on Sky. Sand dollar. Oh. Oh, okay. That was the emerging candle. That one. And some fresh baked bread sounds good as hell right now. Oh my God, Faith. And then in 20 minutes, this dog will be like, I gotta be out again. Let me out again. Alright, so going from demand, the rule of demand is low of the move to top of the last red candle, and then before the reversal, and then lazily edit it over to 2025, just so it's past everything, and I'm kind of OCD, so I just do 2025. And then, what else is next? So we got our hit, demand, supply, demand. Since we're going up, I'm going to focus on demands. 2025, 2025. Got another one. 2025, 2025. push, rejection, supply, which I'm actually gonna cheat. Wait, back that up. Alright, so I cheated on that one. I did from here to here, but then I deleted it and I said, you know what, let's include that bigger time frame monthly emerging candle. So we're just going to include all that information. You'll sometimes see me do that because these are levels not to joke with. Like, I hate when people draw supply and demand and then they ignore one of the levels that they literally have drawn. It's like, what are you doing? Why did you draw it if it wasn't important? You know, if I draw it, it's important. It's a pivot point I need to pay attention to. Much love, I'll mail you some chocolate chip pumpkin mini. Damn, that sounds crazy. Leland promoting Spy's death. What a legend. What a legend. Jack said Spy inside bar on the 15 minutes, sorry. Alright, so we got our supply demand done. We're done with the monthly emerging candles. We can go to the daily now, which is where you're supposed to actually swing trade from. And now you're probably like, well, what do I do here? There's a lot going on here. This is where you focus on recent price action. If you want to add your halfway point, if you want to do that, be my guest. That's always a great method. You'll never see me complain about that one. I might as well add it. That is a pretty large range. But also just recent information. So what happened inside of this area? And if you want to like color this differently, because of you're on a different time frame, be my guest. Don't confuse yourself. And then save as default, and then do it. So now you could do recent information. So you kind of had your push up, they came back down, held support. And you're like, oh, well, they kind of had demand here, you know, so you should expect slow down there. You could draw that if you want. Go up here, draw the supply. Do your same 2025 trick. Actually, demand was really like right here first. So it gives you just good information from recent time frame, or, you know, better yet, let's say this. Let's say you don't even do it the same method like I was showing you earlier. Let's say you literally zoom in all the way and you're literally focused on just the recent price action. So let's do that. Okay, well, here's our recent supply from the recent dip. You don't have to extend those over as far as you want to. I just do that by muscle memory now. You had an area of demand right here because they popped up for a little bit. Kind of the imbalance area, really. So you got your lower high, they broke down, they retested away from it, broke down. Now they're against the next area of support. And what do you have right here? You know, they kind of have this support here that was kind of held here again, so mark both of those. So in the same sense, you know, they kind of have to break this to move lower. They have to break both of these to move high, you know, towards the next area between two major ranges. So this is your major range. This would be more of your like more minor range between here and I guess here, the recent area it fell from. So looking for buy reactions from here to move up to there. So what is this then? This is a reset candle then most likely. If they can hold above this, you're most likely going to get a hold of buyers to move back higher, or they end up breaking this area, move down to here to retest this, which again, if broken, can lead to a larger pullback. So you have direction no matter what the chart does. And then this is when your candlestick knowledge steps in and your EMAs, and you start to add on top of that. But you can chart that way if you want. You can do your blues and then go to your yellows. You're good, Mel. You could sit on your hands. You already had a kick-ass day, man. But hey, you could take a shit ton of mental trades. Why don't you type out one in here? It'll also get rid of the energy that will possibly put you into another trade that could hurt you. So if you want to not take another trade but still get that rep, do that. It'll take that energy out of you. I like how Mel said that though. He said, trying to pump the Lind, I just can't do it. I read that with such awe. I just can't do it. That's funny. So we got Sky done. Sandollar, how are you looking? Anything in line with what you were looking at? I'm kind of bullish on this. I feel like you should be bullish on this as long as this area holds. This I would prefer to hold short term, but there is possibility of it breaking that and holding this area and then moving up higher if it doesn't break, of course. But I like this area. It's good positioning. You're bullish too? Okay. So you're kind of on my page too. And it's really like be bullish as long as what? Bullish as long as I have this. You know, it invalidates. So you don't like it? Okay, well, then I don't need to anymore. Alright, but now we can move on. XOM. And then we'll do Walmart from Leland. I think I already have XOM done. But I'm going to love redrawing this in pain because I missed out on a lot of plays on this. But back in the day, I was talking about weekly demand, and we talked about this heavily in streams. So if you're from my live streams, you already know what I'm going to say. But we caught a really big weekly supply and demand move here, just using the same simple levels. I went back from the old supply that price was trying to break and hold above. They held above it, held above it, held above it. So it was a clear as day. They were getting buyer moves out of here, right? You just had to finally see one. So you had to zoom on down. Oh, okay. Good angle here. It failed. Came back up here. Failed. But this time it held a higher low. It didn't just keep going down to that same low. This time it held a higher low. So it was a little bit stronger than the previous dips. Another higher low. Another higher low. So there was a lot of really good potential trades on this. You had your hammer here. You had a... I didn't really like that one. You had a piercing line at support. You had a bullish kicker at support. So, I mean, there's 3 opportunities personally that I liked right there. Just kind of looking back at it. And that could have definitely been taken advantage of. Now you have energy broken out. A lot of energy stocks are slowing down. Oil is starting to slow down finally. Oil's been flying. If you've ever been checking out that oil futures chart, they have been flying. Made it up to that next resistance that we had drawn. Actually, that might be my top one. No, it's the major one though that we stopped at. So remember when oil went up and everyone was like trending? I mean, gas is still up crazy high. But remember when gas was like so high you almost just didn't want to drive your car anywhere? Well, we're at that support basically. We had that support from when gas was that high, and now we're back up to it as a resistance. So it's kind of, I don't want to sit here and say you should be bearish because positioning. It's also, well, what if they test it, hold this low, and then they make this and new support again, and then we're back up in this range talking about gas trending and everything being super expensive again. So that would be kind of a worry. So keeping that in mind, not just from a trading point of view, but also just an economic point of view, because let's say this hits 90, this is 90 a barrel. That means in 2 weeks from now, that's how much that will be in gas prices. And then if this was to slow down in price, like it dipped, you wouldn't notice that price adjustment for almost a month in terms of gas prices. But whenever it changes in terms of going up, they change it within a week or two. So you could see where the effery comes from. I bet a lot of people didn't know that. I think it's like a week when prices go up. It takes 2 weeks to adjust when they go down, but they can take as long as 4 weeks, and they can go as quick as 1 week. So price adjustments for gas due to the price per barrel is kind of crazy. Back to XOM. We can go rechart it. But I was just going over it because we've kind of already charted it a few times in here. And it's a really popular setup, honestly. I think Exxon is honestly just one of the coolest charts to look at. So we're on the monthly. We're getting some emerging candles in the area first. Start with 102.40. Then we'll move on over here. So you can see even from this point of view, you know, here's the old all-time high. They're holding it as support. A 3-bar play up with a hammer in between pretty much. And a higher open candle that did pop a new high. So it's not really like, is it bullish? It is bullish. It's not if it's bullish. It is bullish as long as it holds this area. You know, but there's a lot more room here now. So positioning wise short term, I could see some bears faring short term. I could see us holding range, ranging over to the right, you know, whatever. But over the term, it has to make you wonder though, you know, eventually that's going to cause for a new all-time high again. So I'm pretty bullish on Exxon, and I haven't even gone down to the weekly chart yet. Let's go back here and get a couple more to the downside. Just a lot of resistance up there. Pretty much a Harami. I hate when people say bearish or bullish Harami. You should just call all of them Haramis if it's a small body. When you call them Haramis, just focus on the bodies. You're just looking to see, is this tiny little baby inside of the belly? I mean, the the word harami is Japanese for pregnant baby, blah blah blah. But because think of this as like a woman. Right now she's upside down, but flip this chart here. This is how you could view haramis. So think of this as like a woman. She's standing. This is like her head. And here's her feet. And actually it looks more like a rocket ship now that I'm drawing it. But this is a lady, okay? She's pretty. She looks great. She's red. I don't know why she's red. But this is the lady, right? And then she's pregnant. She got knocked up. Here's her baby, right? So you could see there's like a woman. There's like her baby. Her belly's right here. So it's a really easy way of just picking out what a harami is. You never really pay attention to the legs on those. It's just to kind of show you, yo, this candle's squeezing inside of that one part of that one candle. You know, it doesn't mean that it's bullish or bearish. It's really just kind of showing you what are you looking for next. So go back to XOM. Like an inside bar, what do you look for? Like an inside or outside bar, what do you look for when you're looking for a breakout? Haramis are essentially just like those. But yeah. Let's play Hangman. But just like an inside and outside bar, though, guys, what do you wait for? What's your final confirmation when you trade an inside bar, outside bar? Well, what's the answer for that? Yes, old enough. I should have just not even read your comment. I gifted you a membership, and this is how you treat me? Nobody has an answer? For the final confirmation, you're looking for a break. You're looking for a break of that candle, right? So what do you get right here? A lower open. What more could you have asked for, right? So on the daily time frame, that's a beautiful sign for this chart. And they're getting the lower close. It's almost indefinitely saying this could have been a really good day trade idea for going for this gap fill. So that's just a really good initial selling amount of pressure there. But I like Exxon. I'm kind of bullish on your bigger time frames. I'd say short term, I'd want to see more pullback, more slowdown, more ranging, more consolidation. But I'd say across the midterm, long term, I'm probably way more bullish, way more bullish than bearish on that one. What's your look on that though, Leland? I got mine. What's yours, or what's your just short term break on it? What do you bullish, you bearish? What do you like on it? Midterm, short term. And while you tell me that, I'm gonna go to your Walmart request. Which I also, this is going to be similar to my Exxon analysis. I don't even know if I'll rechart it. We just did this on stream last week. I think you're the one who said it. Or maybe someone else did. But this one just made a new high as well. And they're coming. So I would say long term, you know, they're just looking to see, can they stay above these recent lows? And if so, that would definitely help them in terms of possibly making another new all-time high. But I would put them in the same exact category, though, as Exxon in terms of setups. I would say those are two very, very similar setups. Two different sectors, too. I think that's another good thing to add on to that. He didn't even point out one's energy, one's not energy, and they're the same setup almost, you know. Not the exact same, but it's nice to have that, and then know you don't have to worry about the same variables in that aspect, so that's good. I like both for same reason, made that new high and rejecting. Exactly, and it could be really good for short-term bearish setups. It could be really good for potential bullish setups over the longer term, so it gives a lot of opportunity. So I like both of those setups. Good job, Leland, pointing both of those out. I'm glad you said that, too, because it made me remember. I need to check. Okay, so McDonald's had a inside bar. They're breaking lower. That could be a good short over the weekend. And then PayPal had one, but they're holding. So that one's still in question. What's your thoughts on McDonald's, Leland? Leland? So we got Walmart, we got Sky, we got Exxon. Prefer Wendy's. Oh, same. Same. No question, no question. Yo, shout out to Rough Trader, wherever he is. That was really cool of him to drop 5 gifted memberships like that. It's like he was trying to one-up me or something. Oh, bro, I didn't even notice that Mike tagged me in chat. Thank you, Mike T. This is why you have that name in chat, Eagle Eye. I asked about who owns this website, and he literally links me to the same website, but it shows their about page and it shows who owns them. Dick Green is his name. He is a effing genius. If he ever hears any of my streams, I hope he hears that I heard him, that I called him a genius, because this is one of the greatest websites ever. It's so simple. It's effective. I haven't even logged in or paid for any of their like stuff either. I don't even know what their other shit looks like. That's just their free stuff, and I'm bragging about it. So who knows what the deeper stuff looks like? It's probably even more insane. In 2005, Smart Money magazine named Dick Green a top market mover on its annual Power 30 list. Well, that's a good move. And then somebody named Penny Green, she is the president and CEO, would also put her in the high IQ category. She was a communications specialist in the U.S. Army. That's pretty kick-ass. Well, if they ever hear me, I hope they know I love them. I gotta zoom in on this dude's face. He doesn't even look real, to be honest. He looks like a AI image. Yo, thank you, Mike. I'm glad you heard me, because I didn't even think about looking at their own website to see if there was an about. He 4-upped me for sure. 260 is big. Oh, on the McDonald's. I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah, 260 is big. These are all emerging candles that I drew. This is just for an inside bar day trade setup, which would have been very clean. I love that rule that Leland has too. You know, if you see that higher open, go to your previous day, go to the low, go to the high, draw your fib, draw the halfway point, delete your fib, wait for breakdowns under that halfway point. If it happens, you're going to get some good shorts towards the previous day low. If it doesn't, it's going to invalidate, and you have a good clean area to know where your stop loss needs to be. Bam, that was the fastest outside bar explanation ever, Leland. Beat me. Alright, let's add this back over here. Let's put this back up here. And that's it. Yo, Leland, you know what I just thought about? You know how to make a super accurate outside bar setup? This just hit my head. Hold up, we gotta make a whole nother chart setup for this. How my brain works is what this needs to be called. So like here's your out or your inside, whatever. Let's go to the 5-day, 5-minute. Yeah. I know what I'm doing. I was brain farting for a second. Okay. So let's go from like the low of everything to the high of everything, right? So this would be like our whole setup. Wait. What am I doing? Let's do this on the daily. It's easier this way. All right. So do it again. Go from here to here. Actually, I'm going the wrong direction. Go here to here. Draw that halfway line. What does that say? 265.11. Delete that fib. And then, hold up, color that one yellow, so I remember. And then, let's do this. So now do, from this candle again, do the open to the close, same direction. Where's my 50 at? Don't tell me it's the same level. Oh, okay, it's not. I was gonna say that wouldn't have made sense. Let's just say 265.69, and then remove that fib. Color it yellow. You could almost say this is like the whole range of control. From the original candle, and then from the outside bar, of course, or from the inside, then you would, of course, draw your halfway or whatever. But it's almost like that is like your point of control by adding both fibs of both halfway points. I guess you could do the third one, too, if you wanted to overkill it. That's how my brain works, though. It's like both halfway points, and then get that range. It's like when you see like a high, and then you see like a wick, and then the next high has like a body there. So you want to add the wick and the body. Gives you both. That's what this kind of reminds me of. But look at that clean breakdown from it too. Let's see if the Lee test hits. So there's the high, there's the impulse move, and yeah, it never once got above the golden pocket. Hit above it for half a second, wick down. Stayed under that the whole time. That's just a clean, like, technical breakdown. You could try to apply that to any other chart, and you'd probably give yourself very, very high probability setups. That is so clean. I need to do that more, man. It honestly is better just to be simplistic with everything. Less info, the better. Honestly, like, it's like the TA routine is great. I'm not taking away from it, but if you were to just focus on that, like just inside bars, just outside bars, just that basic stuff, and then do those levels, those areas, do those fibs, and then look for the lead test, look for your 40% entries, look for your 80% entries, fuck off McAfee, look for just those high probability entries at those high probability spots that we just drew together on high probability candles that are definitely going to get some movement, whether it's that next day or the next couple days. I feel like you're setting yourself up for like insane success just doing that, so you might see me do that more. BB system levels are just too OP. Dude, they are. Yeah, the strat. But I'm not going to do everything from the strat. Also, inside bars and outside bars existed before whatever tard came up with those numbers. The Harami existed far longer than the strat. The Japanese rice traders were on inside bars and outside bars before the stock market even existed, so. But yes, the strat. I'm not trying to hate on y'all's numbers. I actually like this strat. It's one of the few like trending strategies that I actually feel is helpful to people. I think ICT is a little confusing to most people because it's all perspective on some of how you draw those areas, as well as whatever the other new dumb one is. Like I didn't like TTM Squeeze. Ichimoku was stupid. Bollinger Bands, Keltner channels, that was stupid. I like Middle VWAP. That was good. I still think that one's okay. 9 EMA is pretty similar. The strat, though, that's generally probably the only strategy that was ever trending that I think actually helps people. The strat is good because it shows you actual rules behind candlesticks, not just, oh, draw this zone, color this box here, do this, do that. Like, it actually has set rules. So the strat is a good one. I sounded like a hater there for a second. But it's just because I like to protect my Japanese rice traders. Because they were ahead of the game. Like, I hate when people don't know about it, so I share that book with them, and they're like, no way. Like, these dudes were drawing charts with their own hands, basically taking away from, like, the market that was happening, like, seeing, oh, these guys were trading this much for this rice, this much for this rice, and tracking all that, drawing it on their own chart to where they were pretty much drawing candlesticks. So not only did they invent drawing on a chart, they also invented the patterns of the chart. Like, so it's like they did everything, you know. They really did everything. Like, Japanese rice traders are overlooked so hardcore. And again, another great example, like, simple and effective. They didn't do anything special. They just followed the patterns. They stuck with the rules. Love the strat for that. Very objective. Either it is inside, outside, or it isn't. There's no arguing. Exactly. Like, it's actually helpful. So I sounded like a hater there for a second, but the strat is actually a good strat. Now, the rest of those trending strats, I would ignore all of that junk. But yeah, shout out Japanese rice traders, shout out the strat, shout out inside bars, outside bars. IBs, OBs. I swear, this chart's gonna explode one day and I'm not gonna be in it. A lot of the rules of the strat are also exactly how we trade here anyways. Huge emphasis on previous days, open, high, low, close, plus today's open. There you go. See? That's a good thing too. It doesn't like interrupt what we know. It's not a noise kind of strat compared to what we do, because it's pretty much what we do. I like that though. You want to put money into MCD after we showed that? Alright, let me go back to it. I mean, historically speaking, dude, go to the price level tool. Holy. Historically speaking, they do only pull back a couple months at a time before pulling up again. As like a long term. Like, I don't like to say that about a lot of stocks, because a lot of stocks don't do that. They kind of have variants of it, but you could see there's like a periods where they have longer pullbacks, but they're small, and then you have periods where they're quick, but larger pullbacks. And you can see this was one of those quick, larger ones. So I could see this getting bought up just because of that simple aspect. 260, like, I mean, you said it yourself. You said 260. So I'm kind of watching between like here and then like that recent high too. If they can retake this, that can confirm uptrends back in. I mean, uptrend hasn't really broken either. I don't really like drawing trend lines, but I mean, I think we can all clearly see this is going up. Weekly, let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't be crazy to say you like this here, because you're basically $40 away from all-time high. So that's not, what's 40 from 300? So. And a lot of consolidation here. I don't even have a volume profile on, but I almost promise you if I turned one on, there's a lot of volume sitting between here and here. Probably, I would say between 275 and 260, that level you were saying. Because there's a lot of consolidation here. And there's already been highs that have made it up to here. A breakout, consolidation that held the breakout. So there's a lot of volume sitting between here too. So I could see from a like investor point of view why this would be a good dollar cost average spot. Down 12%. That's the 12%. Okay. Yeah. And that used to be like a strat back in the day, Leland. It would just be like, fine. It would be my strat in the back of the day when I was just like, I was gambling swing trading. But when I did gamble swing trade, it was pretty much always McDonald's or John Deere, because they always went up. So it was like, just wait for them to go down, and then I'll buy more calls. And then wait for them to go down, I'll buy more calls. Wait for them to go down, I'll buy more calls. Like, now, they never did as, like, crazy as, like, Roku that one year. I mean, I guess John Deere did at one point. But Roku, like, if you had done that strat, like, with Jason, oh, my God. We wouldn't even be sitting here right now. Shares, too. Not even just options plays. Shares. Like, shares would have been great there. But I always think about those. I always think about some of those past trades. Not in terms of like, damn, I wish I caught more money on those, or wish we would have caught that. No, it's so I don't miss it again. It's so I don't miss that opportunity again. Because those same companies do those same patterns. I just take a lot of time, sometimes a few years, before you see that same exact kind of move again. But it's a life-changing move, so it's worth remembering. It's worth going over. You catch that move in the next turn, you know, in the next rotation a few years down the line, dude, you won't be needing to look for that next pattern again. So that's always a good thing. Look back in a passive way, in a progressive way. Never look back in terms of like, oh, I wish I did that, I wish I did this, I wish I would have made more. Now look back so you can learn from it, not to piss yourself off. very easy to do that too. We're all human, you know. It's we like to look back and see what could have been, where could I have been, how good could I have done. If you have time to do that, you have time to review the reasoning as well. And guys, we are just under 9 minutes away from Power Hour. Power Hour is the last hour of the open market, 2 to 3 Central Standard Time. In the last few minutes of the stream, I love to clean up the chart, maintenance everything we did up to this point, and have SPY ready to go for the next week. So if you're here in the last few minutes of the stream, I will be cleaning up the charts, I will be cleaning up my SPY chart, and we'll have it ready for Monday. Huge analysis on the trade floor by Bferg. A little bit of a psychological analysis, but I love that breakdown he just put in chat. Bferg, wherever you are, shout out to you, man. Stay in that headspace, and that's what I mean, limiting yourself to it. You know, now you found where the, I guess, in terms of correct headspace is. You know, now that you know what it's like, you know, now it's like, all right, limit yourself to that, or try your best to limit yourself to that. No one's gonna be perfect. We're not computers. Even computers aren't perfect. Remember the AI that reported that news and then like the fake company fell to the floor and one company had to like go bankrupt because of the fake news report? That was crazy. All because of a computer. US Steel hit new 52 weeks high today, which is crazy because if you guys remember, this company who also deals in steel is trying to buy them out. Or trying to acquire them. We even have a buy area that we went over together. Between 1180 and about 14 basically. Very clean move. Good rounding move off that support. We'll see if they end up getting US Steel or not. I think they're going to get it, and it'll be like a crazy like steel monopoly for anybody who watches the different materials. Oops. When people see me chart, they're like, there's no way this system's like that. There's no way that's how he charts. Like, no, it's that easy. Weekly. Now, trading it, that's different. Looks like they're going for that gap fill sand dollar. They've already penetrated 172s basically, 171.90s. 170.25 area looks like the fill. So maybe it looks like they get down to that. Get some basing. I would say short term though, you have a couple scenarios here. So bearish scenarios. Let's cover those first because there's a lot more of those right here. They move down here, they hold support, they build back up, and there's two things I can reject here that are high probability. The halfway point of this range, which is probably close to like right here, or the full retest. So watch for them to reject off here, and then new breaks. This is where you're looking for your larger pullbacks. So larger moves there. Bullish scenarios, looking for a hold of here. If you can get a higher low off that impulse move, that'd be beautiful. They could just reject this, come back down, hold a higher low or a double bottom, either or, and get you a new high out of there. That new higher low play would be the move to get back into here. And even then, just like here, your bigger moves aren't going to happen until they start breaking into that area more. But just off quick look, though, that was a pretty nice chart to look at. I've also been pretty familiar with gold. I used to watch gold futures a lot. And if you go to the monthly chart, and this kind of goes in with like honestly, it looks like Walmart and XOM a little bit. With the, I'm probably short-term pullback kind of sentiment, but over the longer term, I'm probably more bullish still. Because as you can see, you're a huge, like, almost cup and handle kind of look here for gold. I can't tell you how long ago I drew those lines. We drew these a long time ago when I actually used to hold gold and hold silver. We would watch these charts and go over gold futures and stuff, but long term, yeah, probably. But short term, probably seeing some pullback, which you've already seen some of. It's just, can it hold? Does it want to break? We'll see. But let me know. What do you have in comparison? I'm sure I was somewhat close. If I was off, let me know. That's just what I see based on how I chart. Big pump coming into day. Look at that. And just like I said on that chart, look, low, higher low. That's where they build from. 3-bar play outside of the higher low. You know, it's telling the story of what's going on, step by step, stacking. All right, this is bullish, this is bullish. Oh, that's bearish. This is bullish, this is bullish. All right, out of those 5 things, 4 of them are bullish. I guess I should grab calls here, you know. Just stacking your odds in your favor. Because we're not gambling here. You see good levels, you see a good pattern at a good level. That's strong. That's a strong piece of information you're looking at. We apply, we've back tested, we've gone over this system multiple times. Like you know it's strong. Now it's about sticking to it. That's really the hard part. Anybody can start. You guys hear me say that a billion times a week probably. Maintaining is the hardest part. Yeah, I can send you that. My bad. I'll send it in post charts. GLD for Sand Dollar. From my boy Sand Dollar. Dollar bills, y'all. Your very first ticker you traded was gold and silver? That's funny. I don't remember what my first ticker traded was. It was probably like Amazon or John Deere or McDonald's. It's probably one of those 3. And I'm talking Amazon when it was in the thousands. That was crazy. It's like, I still haven't gotten used to this whole like triple digit, even though it's been like this for such a long time. Like you got so used to seeing it in the thousands. In your head, the 2 crazy stocks were always Amazon and Tesla. That's all it was. You didn't have this NVIDIA AMD explosiveness yet. You didn't have... Apple's always been dominant, but in your head, you never thought of them as like, oh, I need to go trade them over Tesla and Amazon. Like, Tesla, Amazon were like the stocks back in the day. That's all anybody wanted to trade. Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, poor thing. That poor thing. Here's your marijuana ETF. They have been getting destroyed. Damn, they made it all the way back up in such quick time. They're already back up to where they dumped from. Almost invalidating most of the dump. They get back above here, I won't even be surprised. Welcome to the stock market in 2023. Goodbye, September. Yep, goodbye, September. We're in the last hour of September's market. I didn't even think about that. Let me type that in Discord. That's crazy to think about. No problem, $10. Yep, and the end of a quarter. Last 3 months of the year. What's up, Mikey? How you doing, man? Oh, wait, no, Mikey's... No, wait. Am I thinking of someone else? I called someone a dude, and then they were like, I'm not a dude. Yeah, 70. Wow, yeah, I didn't even see that, Mikey. Good call out. 70 plus likes, Jesus. I was just not reading your comment. Yeah, 70 plus likes, and let's see how many people joined today. A little over 320 people joined today. That's pretty good. Like I said, we got like people in here who like to be in here in the morning. We got people who can only join in for a couple times a day. We got people at lunchtime, end of day, because they're off work early or something, and then you got people who are here all day. Oh my god, Ace. You know, in a way, he kind of roasted me. What losers being in here all day? The guy who's streaming all day cries in silence. I enjoy it though, Copium. Okay, I'm really going off the rails here. Speaking in like terms. You had a big ass gain on that swing too, Jack. So I feel like that probably in your head gave you like more room to make more mistakes. Not like you made them on purpose, but like in your head you probably gave yourself more room to go take more trades too. So that could be a big thing too. But still, man, you still killed it, bro. But I'm glad you closed out a green one here real quick though, just to give yourself that little boost. Remember what I said too, you know, like in basketball or in baseball, or actually not in baseball, they're pretty cutthroat in baseball. But in basketball or football, let's say somebody gets thrown the ball and they miss the pass, or they throw them the basketball and they miss it and they drop it for some stupid reason, or miss a really easy shot that they're really good at. What they do a lot of the time is, it's a psychological thing. It has no actual effect on somebody, except psychologically. So I guess it does. But either way, they the next play, they the coach will make sure, hey, make sure that player gets the ball within the next 2 plays, or make sure the very next play he touches that basketball, because you need to reinforce or reassure them, hey, you're okay, you're fine, you just stumbled, it's okay to stumble, you know. So I'm glad you kind of did the same thing right there. You end up catching a green trade, and you could have been chasing, could have not been, as long as you had good reasoning. That's all that matters. But I'm glad you got to cap it off with that kind of reassuring trade, like in my example. Last 5-minute candle closed inside of the 5-minute golden pocket. Possible Lee test. Hammer on the 1 minute. Good call out by Taylor. Out reject 75%. Holding 1. Good looks, Mel. Good looks. Boyo. Hey, what's up, Fados? Keep that energy, dog. We've also been chilling, Fatos. You must have just joined, because we've been moving the chart a bunch, dog. But nice, good one. I can tell you were red today. Good one. But again, previous day close was golden pocket on the 30-minute for more downside, so we shall see. Good update. It's also good to keep good eyes on both sides of it. Wait, hold up. I just realized your comment doesn't even make sense. Wasn't the whole market red? No, I meant like your red, like profit loss. Like you must be in here to get like a reaction out of somebody because your P&L is red. And I can already tell you don't know what you're talking about because you couldn't even pick up on that simple term. Like it's simple cadence and you're already lost. It's rare we get haters in here, man. We got one in here today. Nice. Nice to meet you, man. Microsoft had pretty good relative strength today after the higher open. You can see from their fib, they're still holding the golden pocket from yesterday's close up to today's open. I didn't do the fib on every single chart, but you can see the important ones got it. Previous day close up to today's open. You can also extend this if you want to see it better. But you can see a lot of relative weights though holding good areas, even with the pullbacks. And we kind of expected that with the higher open. A lot of the market relief, a lot of the news is now behind us, and we got to worry about next week's news now, which again is kind of towards the second half of next week. Oh, poor Fados. Can't read a simple 5 or 15-minute chart. Poor guy. Bro said, wasn't the whole market red? We're down like 0.25%. Dog, the price moved like 50 cents and your chart didn't move, dude. You're not on the 1 minute? How are you even charting right now? Dude, go to the 1 minute. If you don't stare at the 1 minute all day, are you even charting? Whoops, almost dropped my phone. It's because you don't have VWAP, Bollinger Bands, the 9, the 21, the 50, and the 200 on. Oh, dude, you're right. You're right, I don't have all those things on that everyone else uses. Oh, fuck. I gotta be like everyone else. Because everyone else profits, right? Do you even know how to trade, bro? The RSI is 25. Yo, don't hate on RSI. Nah, you're right. RSI sucks. MacD doing the titty wink, golden death cross. You were, whoa, not reading that part out loud. Do you even fib, my boy? No, you're not joking though. Do you even fib? B, didn't you used to have ATR on for a minute? Yeah, I did. I just like to have more room on the chart. I have nothing against ATR. ATR is okay. I still have the label saved here, on the swing set thing. Is it here? No. It's... Oh, wait, maybe that was it. No. I don't know where my ATR went. Oh, here it is. ATR volume label. Whoops. No, that's not that one. It's this one? Yeah, it's this one, because it was DTR versus ATR. Daily trading range versus average true range. That's what it was. Okay, yeah. You know, we should leave that on. I think what I wanted to do with it was adjust it, and then I think I didn't ever adjust it. But I'm pretty sure I wanted to change this number. I just didn't remember what number it was supposed to be. I don't remember what I set it at. I want to say it was like 20, but I'm going to leave it at there at 14. I'll just leave it at that. But basically, in short, I'm going to put this in, like, keep it simple, stupid terms. This is basically, like, the range of energy that it has on average for, like a daily range. And then this is, like, the average. So we're 124% over, which means we've destroyed how much movement this chart should have gotten today by about 24%. It should have only gotten blank per amount, 4.8. It should not be at 5.9, which means we've moved more than we should have in terms of how much true range. I don't really know how to break that down more simple. I guess that was as simple as I could go. As you can tell by my 69 indicators, we are in a squeeze. Yeah, look, Phaedos isn't typing anymore. I wonder what happened. Bro must have, like, hit that point of reality and been like, damn, this streamer's right. I do suck. I should quit hating in this open YouTube chat because I gain nothing, and this person I'm hating on loses nothing. Where's Fido? Bro, where is Fido? That's how you beat a hater. You just realize you're not losing anything and they're not gaining anything. So, actually, they're losing a lot. You're gaining a lot. You get to gain a laugh out of it. And they get to lose a lot of time and energy and patience and focus. And that could be one more trader dumping their money into the markets that you could be taking from. So now you're not taking from a good person. Now you're taking from a hater. It's like a good way to think about it. I've never had a hate. I think I was like laughing at him already because of what he said. He said, your chart is dog shit because it's not moving. He said, the chart's moved 50 cents and your chart hasn't moved. It's like, yeah, dumbass, I'm zoomed in. Like, I'm not, if it was like this, here, look, you want to see the chart move every 5 seconds? Let's do this. This is how I would get it to move every 5 seconds. Like, what? I'm sorry that I zoomed out my chart enough so everybody can see everything. Like, what? I don't think I've ever read a comment like that before. That's a new one. What was it on? Let's go 20. Because I like to have room. I like for there to be room here. I like to be room here. I like for you guys to see everything. So I keep it zoomed like this so it doesn't have to move. I hate when it moves. I like it to be set there and kind of just like a picture. I could just stare at it and it'll do its own. I don't have to worry about anything. My haters are my motivators. Oh my god, Mark using all my terms in one. That was Leland's burner. That would be funny. Stop showing us fake charts. Yeah, like what? Afghani Mafia, bro. Look, I can add hearts to y'all's things now. But he donated $5. Dude, thank you. Seriously, that's a whole YouTube membership that I gifted earlier. So I appreciate it. He gave me back 5 of my dollars. But he said, brother, thank you for continuing to inspire the community. You hustle day in and day out for us. Hey, same for y'all, man. Y'all put in just as much energy and passion into this as much as I do. Shout out to you guys, too. But thank you for that. Seriously, I always appreciate seeing your name pop up in chat because I know that positive energy is going to hit. Appreciate you not being a Phaetos or a Fido. Why is it always the fuzz that mess with us? The fuzz. But yo, seriously, thank you, man. You did not have to do that, and I appreciate you. That will go down towards paying down my YouTube gifted membership debt. I freaked out when I saw how many I did. I think it was because the first 2 months we started doing them, I think I gifted every single Friday. Like, every Friday was a thing. Was a gifted date. I don't know. Now that we're talking about it though, do you guys like the chart like that? Should I ask? I haven't heard anybody complain till Phytos, but do you guys like the spaced outness, or do you want me to set it to where price is like right here, and every time a new candle forms it moves? Because I personally don't like it like that. It just moves too much. He said hell no. It was a gifting spree. That was nice, the beginning days on the streams. Because the YouTube membership was new, like, yes, I know y'all are giving me money, but I hate that feeling. So, like, I have to make it, like, I don't know, more inclusive, I guess. Like, you guys know everything about behind the scenes, because I don't hide anything from you guys. Whatever's happening in chat, you guys probably know about it. I don't hide any of the drama. I don't hide any of the, whatever. Any of the good things or the bad things. If I kick someone from chat, they're getting kicked. Need to see the levels? Facts. No. Okay, so everybody here enjoys it like this. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Phytos is probably losing his mind because I hid his user from the channel. So he can still type, but none of us will see it. That's the funniest part. So he could, it's like he's screaming his head off in like a room by himself. I want a 77-second chart setting. A 65-second chart setting, so you never have to worry about the, whatever it's called. That dude was trading in Rink. Oh my god. I hate when it moves on its own. First thing I adjust after the opening candle. Okay, so you're all like me. You're all like OCD in that sense where it's like, I can't have the candle there. Like, I need to see what... It's like driving. Why would I... You wouldn't drive with your eyes against the windshield. You would want to be sitting back against your seat. You know, being able to have, a little bit of FOV. If anybody plays video games, FOV is kind of everything. Which, I promise you that dude plays video games because he doesn't have time to be making money on the markets. Only POV. Your field of view. Buying some Apple commons before close. Nice. Apple Tesla, Apple Tesla, Apple Tesla, Apple Tesla, Apple Tesla. Phaetos was on that hater raid. I prefer the heads-up display. That way I'm not distracted by the oversized instrument panel. Oh my god, Dan. Dan said, Phaetos sleeps with his toes hanging off the bed. Bro, that is just insanity. You too, Dan. Thank you for the jokes, man. I appreciate you. That was hilarious. Yeah, if you guys head out, let me know so I could say good have a good weekend. I don't just say it to say it. This is how you beat a hater. Gang up on them and bully them. Is it really bullying or is it justice? Ah, perspective. This is what politicians are so good at. Reserving some mental capital for the new quarter and trading month, so no trades today. Hey, that's a good idea, David. A little end-of-month break for yourself. We could all take a, what company is it? A PayPal vacation date. I think on October 20th, their new CEO said they'll be all taking a day off. So October 20th is officially PayPal Day, at least on this channel. Therefore, the people. Inverted bullying. Buying the dip on bullying. That's so effed up. Lee test on justice. Okay, I'll stop. I thought it was funny too. One more thing. I thought it was funny. He's like, bro, your chart's not moving. It's like, bro, we haven't really moved today. Like, yeah, there was a nice pullback, and yeah, I would say this is a beautiful move. This is a large move. But in terms of like how the market moves, no, it's really not. We went to yesterday's low, and now we're just kind of chilling just under yesterday's close. So, the real movement really came from the higher open, and then the fade, and then this was where a technical move came from. So this is really all the trading you got today. Breakdown came from here. You got a lead test from here. Breakdown from here. People have been looking at a buy the dip reversal since then. You just haven't had much movement. 30-minute 3-bar play. Ooh, potentially ace. Good looks. Same close on the green candle. Same open on the red candle. Good eye. I'm glad to see someone pointing that out. Inverted bullying has me crying. Took a play off that 5-minute lead test, entered after that 1-minute doji, same one. You are killing it with the lead test today. What is into you, Taylor? She's just hitting her stride today. This is what happens, though, when you practice that shit so much. When you embed it into yourself this much, every day, every week, every month. Like, you have these days that, like, Taylor's having right now. Like, Mel has here and there. Like, Leland has them. Like, it's because you've put in so much work. Like, some of these days, you're just going to randomly start popping off. And it's not you popping off. You're popping off in terms of, like, how you used to trade to now. But it's just because of the change, But you're actually kind of growing in the direction you're supposed to be. So it's very badass. But a lot of people like that in the chat right now where they're getting their own stride. I would say there's a lot of people like that in the trade floor. And it's just because some of these people, again, like I said earlier, have been around us for months, have been around us for years. So it's only in due time, again, that they start catching their stride, like you see with Taylor, like you see with Mel. I say Mel as he says, drop damn hard. I have been loving the saying lately, when preparation meets opportunity, you get lucky. Exactly, because I hate when people say, oh, that was a lucky trade you got. Like the first one my mind goes to, I'll go to the video. I'll literally go straight to the video. It's not even my own trade. Channels, Leland. This trade right here. There's like a hater. I don't know if he's still here. I don't know if he deleted the comment or not. Yeah, right here, this guy. I'll never forget this comment, because it just goes to show, like, this is how most people think. Like, he's like, what are you talking about? The price didn't even move today. Like, and then some people would even say, Leland, you're lucky, bro, getting a 1,000% trade. You're lucky, bro. Like, you're so lucky. You did nothing to get that. Like, what are you talking about? Do you even realize what it took for someone to be in that chart at that time? Like, you had to have been in your own trade at that time not knowing that a big move was about to happen. He didn't know that was going to... He's not Marty McFly. He can't see the future. He can't just zoom ahead of time and see that it's there. It was Phaedos' other account. No, that's that guy's account. Phaedos is the backup account. He took his real name out. He got tired of getting inverted bullying. What was I saying? Oh, preparation meeting opportunity. Opportunity meeting preparation. So, like, yeah, you are lucky in a sense. Yeah, because the move came. But you had to have been in the trade, had your own reason for liking the chart, and then actually having the conviction, the power, the strength to enter money into a contract, to enter that chart, to actually do it. That took strength on your part, right? That's you trying to catch some opportunity. That's you being prepared, right? Then the big lucky move happened. Yes, the move was lucky because it doesn't always happen like that. But that doesn't mean you're lucky. You were prepared. So don't ever take credit away from yourself when stuff like that happens. Yes, there is dirty money, meaning, you know, you get into a trade that you didn't mean to, or you're gambling and you know it, and you make money anyway. Knowing that you made the mistake but still got out without getting hurt, that is what we call dirty money. I would not call lucky, in this sense, dirty money. Phaedos has never been glazed and it shows. Oh my god, Mark. This community has so many memes in it now, we just speak in, like, terms. Some folks trade with the magnifying glass on the tick. Yeah, on the tick charts. Yo, Mike, thank you earlier for hearing me out. I didn't even bother clicking on the about part of that website. I appreciate you for sending me that. Shout out to Dick Green. See, I remembered his name. I hope Dick Green hears this. Richard. We'll call him Richard. Richard Green. Wait, so his name is Rich Green. What the... Do y'all guys realize that? His name is Richard, in short, Rich. His last name is Green. Rich Green. It goes to show that Rich Green knows what he's talking about. SPX has been jump roping previous day midpoint for the past 30 minutes. Good update by Leland, again pointing out why the chart isn't moving around every 5 seconds. Good job, Leland. Good job having your eyes open, man. I'm really proud of you. He doesn't have any ears left, but he has eyes. I took his ears. Oh, Leland come back. He said, actually, technically, like the past 2... Oh, yeah, I guess you could say the last 2 hours, because the first move above it to the down, then back up to it. So, yeah, you could add some more time to that. Yeah, a little over 2 hours. Gotta be green to be rich, am I right? 76 likes. Where did that even come from? Didn't we just hit like 50 or something? Or... maybe mine was lagging. Oh, the TA routine was messy today. Thank God I was on the KISS chart. I'm liking the KISS charts, honestly. Kind of like gives you guys a better view of what to look at. And you're still using the TA routine levels. It's just a little different look. Yours still says 1. That's wild. We're in the last hour of the day, the last 30 minutes of the day, I should say. Anybody grabbing any swings over the weekend? You guys sitting cash? You guys just chilling, ready for next week? Bro, you're not on the 1 minute chart. What is this stream, bro? Bro probably charts from Robinhood line charts. Yo, there you are, Bob. I was shouting you out earlier. How are you doing, man? We all love you. And we're glad you're here. Groupon has been on one lately. Have they? Here, I'll look at it. Whoops. Damn, it looks like they were on one today, but yeah, lately you are definitely right. Then you go to the monthly chart and just saw what I just saw. This is like short-term perspective, like, oh my god, I'm killing it. And then long-term perspective, I'm killing it. What my profit looks like this year, what my profit looks like over the long term. New headphones. Hey, that's what's up. B, your chart's not even moving. God. Yes, waiting for market open. I love that dividend bull. He's already ready for next Monday. That's what Devin used to say to me a lot when I used to start hanging out with Devin a lot more. It'd be Friday, market just closed. I'm like, hey man, what you doing this weekend? He's like, you know, sleeping and stuff and this and that, because I just want to like kill some time, because like, you know, Monday's market open. I'm like, bro's already thinking about Monday market open as soon as Friday's market just closed. Like, that's when I was like, damn, Devin's a trader. Like, he's really about that life. It used to make me laugh a lot. You were out shopping? What'd you get? Oh, you got new headphones. My bad. What brand did you get? Look at the banner on my Discord profile. I'm scared, Leland. Oh. Okay, I'll pull it up. Bot? Oh. It was like your meme. Oh, hold up. One of my friends told me to look at a ticker. What is this? Guys, y'all have to hear this. You guys have to hear this. I just read the most sinful thing in the world. Like SYNFUL. Sinful is in the person from our chat, not like against God kind of thing. Like, no. Like, the most sinful thing I've ever read. Yeah, I'm not even going to show it on screen. I'm just going to read it out to you guys. This is the most sinful thing. I hope he's in this stream right now. Because I'm showing this. This is hilarious. I come back and I read a bunch of "Are you single" messages. I'm gonna kill y'all. On GTA. But he said somebody hacked his account, his like DoorDash or whatever he has, and they ordered Buffalo Wild Wings. And he loves wings. I love wings. We love wings. If you don't love wings, I don't know who you are. And he isn't mad that his account was hacked. He's not even mad that they ordered food from his account. Do you guys want to know what Sinful was mad about? I want to get some replies first. Y'all have to hear this. This is like... You're never going to hear a more sinful thing than this. No, not that they didn't get voodoo flavor. You're close. You're in the right alley. Nope, not that they didn't tip. Not even the flavor. You guys are going to lose your minds when I say this. Because they got cauliflower wings, not normal wings. When they took his account and bought with his account, they bought cauliflower wings. So they got a classic chicken sandwich, loaded ice cream, cauliflower wing small, another classic chicken sandwich, and another, I guess that's all in the same thing. Still though. And he says, so effing mad. Not that my account was scammed, but that the scammer was a filthy liberal. Bought cauliflower wings. What a POS. I said, you were hacked and they bought some sus shit, and that's what you're mad about? That is the most sinful thing you will ever hear out of our chat ever. Nothing will ever top that. I can't believe that. I mean, I'd be a little pissed too. I'd be like, damn, at least you're gonna scam me, like, get something good. Dividend Bull, you were close, and they ordered boneless wing instead of bone. You were in the right alley. A lot of y'all's guesses were close. But yeah, that was pretty funny. I read it and I was like, oh, did he lose something? Like, what happened? Oh, he got hacked. Darn, he's mad about that. Oh no, he's mad about cauliflower wings. Top 5 wing flavor. Voodoo. Buffalo medium. No, I'm just kidding. I like a lot of their sauces, like at Wingstop and Buffalo Wild Wings. Like, honestly, there's not really a lot of the wings that suck. I would say there's less sauces that suck. It's when you get the weird ones that you kind of ruin your own wings. Wingstop's king, though. There's nothing on this. Best cornbread of my life. Daydream Johnny with the greatest message ever. He said, received my BB WAP renewal today. Smartest investment I made in myself in a long time. Thanks for the knowledge, all. And then in quotations, not Phaetos. Yeah, bro, Phaetos is, that's like the new, that's the new thing now. If you ever just want to make fun of something that isn't the market, just make fun of Phaetos. Man, that iOS 17 software update is a monster. It's actually kick-ass? Damn. I think I heard from my friend who has that new iPhone. I think he said there was some cool things that like pop up while you're like navigating your phone and stuff. See you later, Mel. Enjoy your time with your son, man. Be safe. But were the cauliflower wings boneless or bone-in? Is that a thing? I have no knowledge of these things. Oh, Leland goes into trade floor and says Sinful likes cauliflower wings. If he's not in stream, that's going to be even funnier because he's not even going to know what the heck. He's going to know I talked about it on stream when he sees that. Or he was in stream and he just knows everything already. Buffalo or Miami this weekend? Like where to go visit, or are they playing... Wait, are those two teams playing this week? Oh, you're reading spreads to me, you little... Okay. He's over here reading the spread to me. I was like 2.5. What is he talking about? I'm gonna say Buffalo. No, wait. You can't, man. Miami's a beast-ass team. They got like 5. They have like 5 Tyreek Hills on their team. You know, I like both teams, and I've been liking both teams the past few years. I'll say... Man, it's tough because I feel like both teams could beat either team, but I feel like it won't be by a lot. Like, I feel like if Buffalo wins, it'll be by like a field goal or a touchdown. I feel like if Miami wins, it'll be by like a touchdown. That's a tough one. I'm gonna go wild with it. I'm gonna go wild with it, okay? I'm gonna say Miami by 14. Just because they are kind of a offense power hungry team right now, and I have a fantasy team that has Stephon Diggs, so I should be biased Buffalo, and I'm still saying Miami. I didn't even read that you said that too. My bad. I'm with Sanddollars, yeah. Oh wait, no, he said Buffalo. I'm saying Miami by 14. Okay, so I'm opposite of Sanddollar. That's tough though, man, because Buffalo is like a team that could, if they get their shit together, they could go to like deep playoffs. Miami could make it to playoffs, go deep playoffs. That's going to be a fun game to watch, though. I cannot wait just to watch that game. It's not even about who wins. It's just going to be entertaining. I don't even think I'll be caring about my fantasy players. That's just a game that you're just not going to want to miss. Yeah, we do stock streams, talk about football spreads. Now, if I had my friend Jonathan in here, and maybe Harrison... I think you guys would actually have some pretty decent call-outs on spread. They're a little bit better at that than me. Especially Jonathan. If you guys ever watch UFC and I was to bring Jonathan in here for, like for him to give you spread, bro, you probably actually would get some decent bets out of him. I used to just, like, do, like, weird parlays with him just guessing at who would win, and he'd get most of the fighters right. He's got good knowledge of, like, the history of the league, too. And that's really what it is, like, in football, too. Like, if you have good knowledge of the history of the league and current day knowledge of the league, then you could have really good high probability bets. I mean, you're still gambling, but you can have a high probability bet, though. Do you do a lot of sports betting, Bob? I haven't done it in a little bit, but I used to do it a lot, and I'll probably get back into it soon. Just because football is getting ramped up. UFC's year-round, so I don't got to worry about UFC. Jacksonville killed me last week, lost to Houston. I know, bro. That shit's wild. You got to watch out for Houston, bro. I'm from here, and so we're like, I'm a fan of them. They're a good team in terms of, like, randomly popping off. They're a very dog shit team. But, like, Stroud this year, probably rookie of the year, oddly enough. Nico Collins, Dell. I mean, we have good players, so. But, yeah, Jacksonville probably should have beaten us, considering they have decent. I mean, not a great team, but they have a decent team. Yeah, Houston's weird, man. We suck. We beat teams weirdly. Like, we'll randomly pop off and beat some team and then, like, tank 8 weeks in a row. I don't understand us. They need to rebuild over the next few years. Texans love to heartbreak their fan. Dude, seriously. I mean, you heard how depressing I was talking about them just now. I'm over here bragging about players that haven't even been on my team that long. And by bragging, I mean in a humble way, like, yeah, they're good, but. Like giving so many buts. You could just hear the depressed Texan fan in me. Hey, man. Rockets, Astros, Texans, man. North of Houston yourself? Hey. I'm west of Houston. Oh, God. He's going to find me. You know what was crazy? There is actually a member in chat. I'm not saying who, but one of them drove next to the Buc-ee's that's near my house, took a picture of it, and without knowing, sent it to me. And I was like, in my head, I was like, what the hell? Like, somebody find where I live? And he was like, hey, man, I love Buc-ee's. And I was like, yeah, man, Buc-ee's is great. Not telling that he was, like, right next to my house. Blue Jay country, go Jays. The Blue Jay logo is kind of OG. One more 30% scalp on October 4th calls across 2 platforms, and that's a wrap. Almost said VWAP. And that's a wrap. Have a safe and epic weekend, everyone. See you later, Sandollar. Guys, if you stick around in the last few minutes, I'll be cleaning up my chart and getting it ready for Monday, and then we'll be done with the stream. Thank you for the stream, Chief. Thank you for being here, man. Seriously, I always appreciate you being here, Sandollar. Thank you for the pictures you always send on Twitter. Thank you for all the comments in chat. Thank you for the positivity. And Sandollar had an inconvenience. He couldn't be in Discord on Friday, and he had to like get re-invited around for some reason over the weekend, but had a great attitude being here again. Yo, Dan, watch your mouth. I had my first ever turkey leg in Houston. Ah, there you go. I was going to say, if you would have said that in another state, I would have said that then you didn't have a turkey leg. But you said Houston? Yes, you had a real turkey leg. Dude, those things slap when you're in the zone. Like at the rodeo or something. I'm assuming you're at like a rodeo or a carnival. They didn't have Buc-ee's when I was in Texas. Bro, Buc-ee's is the greatest. They started putting them closer to the cities, too. Like, they're not just out in the middle of nowhere when you're on, like, long road trips. Now they actually are closer to cities. So there's a lot of them. Houston Rodeo? Yeah, that's where you get the best turkey legs. They're at the state fairs, the carnivals, and the rodeos. Those are where you get the greatest ones. Yeah, brisket, turkey legs. God, y'all get me hungry. Getting hungry. Bro, I'm telling you, like, Texas people just know how to make good-ass barbecue. It doesn't matter where they're from. If they're in Texas and they're making it, it's probably a banger. So, guys, we've actually used a really good amount of volume. Did y'all see at the top left of my screen we're using 120% of the last 30 days volume? That's pretty significant. A lot of the times you have your transfer of power is a lot of the time you get those big volume days. But that's 20% over our average volume. That's a lot. Kind of makes sense, though, I guess. It's the last market day of September, so people getting out of their plays. Leland, check your DM. I'm sending it now. Guys, so market is about to close. Make sure to go over to the Discord real quick. Here on the trade floor, you can see the initial message, the initial announcement. But he said, let us know how your day went in polls. Go in here, let us know. I hate it here. I love Sinful. Next week is the start of quarter 4 in a brand new month. 3 more months to end the year. Time flies. Have a great weekend. You too, D-Touch. Always good hearing from him. But yeah, make sure to go vote in polls. Let us know how you're doing. The other day we had 60% green. Day before that, 72% green. Day before that, 60% green. Day before that, 50-50. So you guys had a really hot end to this week. A lot of you guys started picking it up more. For real, what a month, what a year. This year's been flying. Try some Albertan. I'll have to, man. I'll have to try out some Canadian shit. Try it out. When I come visit. Spy doing Friday drug movements. Tough month for me, minus 4K in the red, but finished today strong, plus 700, hoping to carry that forward into next month. Keep the momentum up, base. You know, don't let that minus 4K get to you. I don't think you are, but don't let it get to you. Don't think about new trades. Every trade's new. Every trade's different. But try to limit yourself. Limit yourself to the ones that you not just do good in, but ones that you feel confident in. Ones that you understand completely. Ones that you're, you know, again, you understand the reasoning of every bit of it. So stick to it. Have a great weekend. I'm going to fix my chart real quick, and then y'all can leave if y'all want. I'm going to fix it either way. Therefore, if anybody's like, hey, how'd you do this? I could just show them. So we're going to go to our default chart. We need to fix this one, because this is the one I'm going to come back to next week. No, wait, not that one. TA routine, my bad. We got to fix all this. So, got the 5-day, 5-minute. I'm going to delete everything. Everything that needs to be deleted. All the small shit. Anything else? That can stay because it's kind of like a good halfway point. None of these else are smaller. Okay, good. So now, going into Monday. Focused on that. And that. Actually, hold up. We're going to cheat. Low of the day to the close. Because I was going up to here anyway, and that's really close. So you might as well just give it that extra room. And yeah, now you're good for Monday. We're already set. Do we need to add anything else? We got the open, we got the low, we got the close, we got the high. So, I mean, the open and the high, and then the close and the low are so close, they're just combined. So we don't need to add anything else. Everything else is set. And then on my KISS chart, what do I need to add here? So that was the gap overnight. We can delete that because it's no longer needed. We can delete our previous day supply. We can keep our previous day demand because it did never get invalidated. We can keep our pre-market there, keep all that there, and that's it. We don't need to adjust anything. Nothing really left anywhere. This is the KISS chart, keep it simple, stupid chart. It's just some of the TA routine levels plus just some of the basic levels. I just try to keep it as minimal as I possibly can, and it gives you a more roomy chart. But as you can see, that's all set. So we have it all set, ready to go for next week. We can clean up some of these smaller time frame charts too on our different individual equities. Actually, I'll probably leave Apple like that. I'll probably leave Microsoft like that. Okay, some of these aren't getting deleted. Some of these are staying. Whoops. inside bar was ugly as hell. Actually, I'll leave that level. It looked pretty effective. Alright, well, all the charts are clean. You guys are done with me now. I'll see you guys later on. Thank you guys again for over 75 likes on the stream. We had over 350 join today's stream. 11 new members signed up. $9 donated. Love you all. I'll see you guys later on. Catch you in the Discords. Make sure to go vote in polls. And, yeah, see you guys again. Please have a great weekend, and please try to get some relaxation done. Just refresh. Be ready for Monday. And we'll be streaming Monday. Tuesday, I'm going to try to do a private member-only stream. And then Wednesday I should stream, Thursday I should stream, and then we should have full day Friday. So I'll make sure to post my schedule beforehand so you guys are good. But I'll see you guys later on, and thank you again. Love you all.